Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.
Yes, indeed. And that brings us, as always, to the beginning of Eberron Oracle of War. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday night stream. It is February. Yeah, sure. It's December. Oh, it's February. It's December 14th, 2024 in the year of our Lord, etc., etc. And we are now only 11 days away from Christmas Day. We are now only 1 day away from being midway through December, the final month of 2024. And it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to day 65 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. This is Season 5 of Eberron Oracle of War, and this is part 2 of From Dust, which is the first part of Season 5. Really excited to get into this tonight. We're going to be playing today and next week, by the way, so we're going to have back-to-back weeks of playing From Dust. It's going to be a good time. But before we go any further, a couple of quick reminders on ways to support us on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us on the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube, !ArfTube. And if you're watching me over on YouTube, welcome, and please spread the word. And please subscribe to us there because we are at a new record high of subscribers subscribers, and we are charging towards 1,100 subscribers. So every new subscriber is a new record. It's free for you to do that, but it really helps us out. So please do that, and you can get awesome content for yourself. Discord is !ArvCord. Please join us over there. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. That place is always hopping. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. We're trying to push everyone towards Blue Sky if we can, and my follower numbers are increasing rapidly, but I need them to go up a little bit further before I can abandon Twitter to the hellscape that it has become and join Blue Sky, which is a far better social media platform. But I would love it to be able to have both folks, services going, but really I'm going to leave Twitter behind as soon as I can. So Twitter, definitely please join me over there, but especially join me, Blue Sky, !ArvSky, and spread the word there as well. Hello, Emily. So there's that. And again, website for this, arvanelleron.com. Don't forget to check out Hearthglow, which is our limited run podcast in my Forbidden Library universe. We have got another long episode, long recording that will be coming next month, and then we'll have some more short audio or shorter audio, I should say, from that. Finale of that is going to be early next year, so I'm super excited about that. Let me see. That's Discord and Hearthglow, yes. And Gen GMs, which is my Gen GMs show that I do with Zach Clay. Please join us over there for DM and GM tips. Please subscribe to us on the Gen GMs YouTube channel. We are almost at 100 subscribers there, which is a really good milestone for that show. We've got a lot of short videos coming out via live suing and so on, so please join us for some tips and tricks over at Gen GMs. On the financial front, !Arv Shop is our merchandise area. You can get stuff related to this campaign, to other campaigns, to support the channel and get some cool swag for yourself. Good Christmas gifts, good holiday gifts right now, if you get them immediately so that they can be shipped to you and arrive on time. So please do consider getting that. !Arv Shop there. !Arv is the Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel. Really trying to get that back into triple digits before the end of the year so we can move towards various channel goals. That really does help us out, and you can get some unique stuff for yourself, including, as we were discussing in chat a bit, those inspirations to help players. You can also get inspirations to help players along with custom sub badges and emotes if you subscribe to the channel, as several of you were kind enough to do today. So thank you so much for those of you who have resubbed. Please sub to the channel and support the Patreon, and thank you for all that. On the publishing side, Icarus, that's my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade, Heretic, Renegade, and Heretic, the 3 books of the Grey Assassin trilogy from the amazing Athos Arts. That's available at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade done by our very own Trent Sparks. That is available at that link as well. And you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which is coming next year. Very excited about that. It's going to be awesome. Done by our very own Brandon O'Brien, and Alligator Alley Entertainment is going to be producing that. So you can pre-order that there as well. That would be awesome. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in the future as well. Last thing I just want to mention quickly is schedule. We have got Eberron going on today. On Tuesday, we will be back with a big stream day, starting with the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream about midday. I do want to note that I'm going to be starting that an hour later than normal. I have a very important writing-related meeting that I can't talk about, but it could be a very big deal, so can't talk about it yet, but I got that meeting, which is going to be in the middle of the day. So I'm going to come on live with Tari right after that for our Gamebook illustration stream. And then we have got over on GOGCom's Twitch channel at 4:15 by the Dice Roll with another session of Ghosts of Saltmarsh, as that is sort of getting, building up over time about stuff. So let's start just putting a note for myself about something. So you can join us there. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern, we will have the amazing our vocalist with our annual holiday stream of A Christmas Carol. Super excited about this. It's going to have the 4 regulars at a minimum. So KP and Russ and Rem and Zach. And it will also have the alumni, 2 of our alumni at least, which will be Russ and Rob. Don't know if we will have the other 2 alumni, Trent and Dot, but we will see. It's possible, but it will have at least 6 people for for Christmas Carol. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. That's going to be happening 9 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. And then I get to see my daughter and my son, thank you very much, both starring in a production of A Christmas Carol at my daughter's school, which will be Wednesday night. So it's going to be a Christmas Carol week. What could be better? And then we will wrap up Dark Sun, Shattered Lands on Thursday night. It's going to be a great session. Then we finish up next week with another session of this great game, Eberron Oracle of War. So it's going to be awesome. Very excited about all of that. All right. With all of that said, the time has come, so I am unmuting myself so the folks know we're ready to go. I apologize as always because I couldn't hear them to make sure that they're ready to go there. And then I am going to head over to reveal to you the full crew. It is Dungeons and Dragons with Infinity and Beyond in the flesh. Well, in the digital pixelated virtual version of the flesh. You know what I'm saying? But these are not artificial intelligence people. All right. This is complete naturally intelligent people you're looking at right here. I'm
ignoring all your prompts, Arv.
Exactly. Make me a great game with smart, awesome people. And if I told that to ChatGPT, they'd be like, Arvin Elleron's channel features. I'm like, that's right. See,
there you go.
Anyway, but it's good to see Infinity and Beyond. I'll start with the gentleman in the hoodie and the hat at the bottom left, and that, of course, is our very own Tren Sparks. Good to see you, Tren. How's life in the universe with you, sir? And whom are you playing this evening?
Well, the particular writing thing that he won't talk about, I'll tell you what it is actually drafting a new constitution for Trinidad and Tobago. So, surprise.
The best reaction was looking first at Brandon is like, just think,
wait, what?
Spoiler alert, that's not it.
You lied to me when you didn't tell me anything. It's a lie of omission. I think that's how that works. Anyway, it's what's something that sounds very much like literary, but isn't literary. We'll go with literary. It's a literary device.
Literish.
Okay.
So go with glittery.
Just garbage everywhere. That's why it doesn't. Anyway, so hi, I'm Tren Sparks. I'm a professional thing that I do where I talk to myself all the time in a phone booth, kind of. Sort of like Superman, but slower and weaker and not allergic to most rocks. Anyway, so Goose Down, yes. I'm playing this guy who, as far as I know, isn't allergic to anything except certain names. So his name is Miatantan Tagashaw DeKenneth. He is a mark of making human. He's dragon marked, and he is of the House of Kenneth, the House of Making. And he is a battlesmith, and he has a mechano good boy named Spanner. And he's just finished burning a hole in the road outside the bar.
Yes. Due to some information that was unfortunate that came his way. Yes, I am very interested to see what happens as we develop that concept as time goes on today. It's going to be good times. Always a pleasure to have Tren to this. It's also a pleasure, of course, to have Marie Bilodeau with us. And Marie, it's good to see you. I hope that all is well on your end. And how are things with you in general? And whom are you playing this evening?
I'm good. I just came back from a week-long writing retreat. So I was gone from Friday to Friday at a priest training grounds. But anyways, and
so you didn't train to be a priest. That you didn't. Okay.
No, but it was really cool.
Okay.
It was just I think we were 15 to 17 at the beginning for the whole weekend, and it felt like a really cool slumber party with all of your friends, and you just kind of all sat around and just hung out with really cool people. And then the numbers started to dwindle, not because they died.
And I was the only survivor.
I'm here.
It's Squid Game, the Canadian version.
Nothing to Squid Writing Game.
Yeah, Squid Writing Game, yeah.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see. And then it was just 6 of us for the rest of the week. So from Monday late until Friday morning, it was 6 of us.
Nice.
It was lovely. It was really amazing. I got lots done. And then I came back, and lo and behold, Greg, listen to this. There was some gingerbread cookies with amazing icing, and they were these date bars. They're like date bars, but they're like cookies. It's like amazing.
Your
And
powers will have no effect on me, ma'am, because I recently had millionaire shortbread as baked by my very own daughter. Because she was representing Scotland at a multicultural night at her school. So just so you know, I am temporarily immune, but not for long, from
Whereas
your
I
baking
have been
stories.
craving dates for weeks.
Oh, well.
I wish you lived closer. I
Me
would come
too.
and deliver some to you, but you're a
I
bit
wish I lived
far.
in Canada for many reasons. So anyway,
Right? So many, but and there were also these chocolate cookies with chocolate cookie drops in it that Carrie texted me and said, "Do you want to keep your chocolate bar?" And I said, "I have a chocolate bar." She said, "No, you don't." And they were turned into magical cookies. So,
It's funny. Did I say chocolate bar? No.
yeah, I didn't say chocolate bar. Why would you have
You
those?
misheard me.
So yeah, so it's been very good. So, I am sugared up and very happy to be here. I am playing Mirime Hawksmoor. I am a College of Sword bard. I like to wield sword and stab people and do some singing and hang out with my friends and chat with my sister and collect some ribbons. It's just a good life. I am very much looking forward to this casual, no holds bar, no strings attached supper, which will certainly not end up with anyone being stabbed. So very excited to be here.
Oh, yeah. It should be completely fine, as we'll talk about. Always a pleasure to have
Yeah.
Marie with us. Also a pleasure, of course, to have Brandon O'Brien with us. It's good to see you, Brandon. We are, I will not, to be clear, I will not be rewriting the Constitution of Brandon's home country. That's not at all my job, even remotely. But yes, nonetheless, I hope all is well in said country with Brandon at the moment. Brandon, how you doing, my friend? How's life in the universe with you? And again, whom are you playing this evening?
So, I was saving the story specifically for when I got here. I discovered a piece of media recently that has made my weekend. And I preface this by saying, Greg, you know that I have regularly harped on this channel several times about all of the media that I have not consumed, all of the quote unquote legacy media that everyone else has already insisted everyone should watch at least once, and I'm like, I have no idea what this is. I've never seen this thing in my life.
Okay.
One of those things I'm sure you can guess in the list of things I have not consumed is the 1970s movie The Warriors.
Oh.
Never saw it, knew nothing about it. Literally the only thing that I ever knew about The Warriors is that it was one of James Remar's first film roles. That's all I knew.
Okay.
I have no idea what you're even talking about, so I'm excited to hear that.
I'm hearing a watch party coming up.
Watch party.
Well, I mean, at some point you do need to fix that, but we need to fix that because I discovered this brand new thing that I actually absolutely enjoy, which apparently happened in October, but I only found out about it a couple of days ago. Lin-Manuel Miranda produced a Warriors concept album.
Really?
And it's the dopest thing.
Really?
Well, I didn't know that.
Wow.
No kidding.
The entire cast of the Warriors is gender bent. It opens with a song. The opening song of the album is essentially a Greek chorus of the 5 boroughs of New York that is performed by Chris Rivers, Nas, Ghostface Killer, and RZA of the Wu-Tang Clan,
My God.
Busta Rhymes, and Cameron.
I am not throwing away the Bronx. I am not throwing. No. Like,
oh my God! And the thing that I'm saving specifically for you, Greg, after I've given you this pitch.
Yeah.
So this is a gender-bent hip-hop concept album of the Warriors.
Okay.
And of course, Cyrus. And again, to tell you how little I knew about this movie, I didn't know who Cyrus is. I'd never seen the scene of this speech until like yesterday afternoon. It is an absolutely brilliant speech now, and now I need to see the whole movie.
Yeah.
But who in the entire hip-hop pantheon do you imagine they would get to perform Cyrus in this album?
But you said it's gender.
The only hint I will give, the only hint I will give you is that it's a female hip-hop artist.
I mean, you have a guess, Craig? Because I do.
I want to hear your guess, John.
Yeah, what's your guess, John?
I would say Queen Latifah would be my first choice.
Yeah.
That's actually a good answer.
Yeah.
Or number 2 is Mary J. Blige.
Also very close. It's Lauryn Hill.
It's Lauryn Hill. Interesting.
Ooh. And it's the greatest thing in the world. It was the first song that I listened to when I discovered the album. I was like, this is grand. if you all told me this was the vibe of the movie, I would have seen this ages ago.
That's wow.
So yes, I am sharing this with you now. If you look for the Warriors album on Spotify, it is the greatest thing in the world.
Apparently, Triffid is also geeking out over Warriors.
Yeah,
stuff. I cannot believe there's actually 2 people here who have not seen the Warriors. Oh my
Although
God.
I have to admit, I barely
fix
remember.
that.
I mean, I have seen it, but I barely remember anything about it except that
we just watched
became
it
very
fairly
meme-worthy.
recently, as a matter of fact.
That's really cool, though. I have like, how'd you like to be Lin-Manuel Miranda? That you could just be like, yeah, I'll just call up and get Nas, and I'll get like see Lauren. Hey, Lauren, you doing anything these days? You want to just show up on a concept album of mine? Like, it's
Right?
just,
It's like the wildest thing in the world. The fact that not only does Lin-Manuel Miranda have these like astounding performers on standby, but like I'm pretty sure Lin-Manuel Miranda is the only person on earth who has ever written lyrics for Nas.
yeah,
Probably.
yeah.
Oh, and actually,
yeah.
probably for the Wu-Tang guys too, because they typically write like
probably.
99% of their own stuff.
I can just picture any of those artists, like their personal assistant is like, yeah, just a second. It's Lin-Manuel Miranda. And they're like, yes, whatever it is, yes.
Right? Yeah. Like, oh my God, that's funny. Wow, that's cool. Yes, I will absolutely have to check that out.
Okay,
That's
so
awesome.
now I'm very disappointed that I at first thought you were going to say he would option it for a musical. Like that has to happen.
That's the thing, right? Everybody was like, because he mentioned
But
that
the
this is something
concept
he wanted
album
to
is
work on ages ago, and it's like,
pretty awesome.
Is this ever going to be a live thing? And like, he's not sure. He was like, I want to make the album first so that the music exists, which I actually kind of admire, and I do hope that it turns into a play at some point.
Now what he should do is mash it up with West Side Story. There you go. The Warriors Side Story, and just totally blow up both of them, which is hilarious.
Gonna leave it up and have us a ball.
All right. When you're a jet, oh, and get stabbed.
Exactly. From your first shiv, yeah.
God.
Oh my God! I teach West Side Story from our Revenge Tragedy class. We just saw that like a week ago. Anyway, sorry. On you go. Sorry, Brandon. That is awesome though.
But yes, now that I've shared this thing that has been making my week, hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and tonight I play Rowan Shallow, who is still alive, and has no reason to believe that this is going to go poorly whatsoever, despite the fact that every time that we've met someone in a peaceful in what was supposed to be a peaceful interaction, the last 3 peaceful interactions now have all gone poorly. And several of them have led to the deaths of dozens of innocents that we do not know. So obviously, Rowan does not think that this is going to go poorly whatsoever for anybody.
It should be completely fine. That's right.
But maybe if Rowan were to think it would go poorly, it wouldn't go poorly. So you get a reverse psychology of that whole situation.
That's true. Walks in with sunshine set up with his new upgraded thing, right? Like cocks the arm, walks into it, and it's just like da 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 da. Everything's pleasant tables and like birds fluttering around. Anyway, we shall see. But that's very cool. Very excited to see what Rowan gets up to today. Thank you, Brandon, as always. Also very good to see Jennifer Brozek today. Jen, who is super busy, chat. Jen is going places and doing things, so has managed to carve a bit of time out of her, and I'm not joking about this, busy schedule, to be able to play with us. So thank you, Jen. Tell the wonderful people what you're going to be doing, I guess, and then whom are you playing before that?
Tonight, I actually have to leave in about less than 2 hours to go and do a reading event called A Midwinter's Haunting at the Kirkland Arts Center. I will be opening the show of 7 or 8 horror authors telling ghost stories for Christmas, and it's a free event that I'm doing. So I will be just sort of disappearing at a specific time.
Like ghosts do.
My thing. For those of you who don't follow me on social media, I will just tell you, I have basically been living my life on fast forward and speed running all the emotions right now. I turned 54 this last Monday.
Yep, happy birthday.
Leavenworth. I've discovered something called soft peanut brittle that's like the inside of a Butterfinger, but way better. Like, it actually tastes good. It doesn't stick to your teeth. It's not as sweet. It's really good. Like, soft peanut brittle. I did not know this was a thing. And now I mentioned it at my game earlier. I had a game earlier today. Well, a D&D game. And one of the people there cooks, Amanda Cherry, some of you may know her. She's like, she looked up the recipe. She's like, oh, it only takes about 30 minutes to make. I'll make it for the next game. So
Nice.
I'm very pleased. But I also got new kittens. One of the kittens had an accident and fractured her pelvis. She's fine, but she's on enforced cage rest. So her brother, who is currently next to me, is going insane because he can't wrestle his sister. My other cat was diagnosed with pancreatitis, but she's doing much better too. Like I said, my editor would have looked at what's happened in the last week and gone, I think that's a bit much. Why don't you just spread out all those events over, say, 6-9 months rather than, a week?
Yeah.
But things are getting better. We have emergency funds for a reason. But yes, so I am now 54. It is good. We are still surviving. We had a wind event earlier today, lost power again. Well, a tree fell on a line, or a couple of lines. And the trees around here are really, really big, so when they go, they take like a lot of things with it.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing, who has done some growing up recently. She's not nearly as naive as she once was, but she's still optimistic. She's holding on to that optimism as much as she can, because she's afraid to not hold on to it. This is not going to go well later. At some point, she's going to have a small breakdown. But in the meantime, Nisiana believes in you.
It's going to be interesting to see when the adrenaline slows down just a bit on all that stuff. Always a pleasure, though, Jen, to have you for as long as we have you tonight, and we will get playing in just a second here. Always a pleasure as well to have John Helfers with us as here, and it's good to see you, John. Everyone was guessing while you were gone up from your chair what exactly was behind you, and we heard everything from stuffy to plastic bag to garbage. Which the person in question said they liked. So, I'm just curious what that all is, and also how are you and who you're playing.
The person who guessed plastic bag is correct, but it also has some very interesting bacon jerky.
Bacon jerky
Picked up. So Philadelphia, which is a very nice city despite its rough and ragged reputation. They do an outdoor holiday market, and it's quite large, right downtown, literally right downtown. And so I got to walk it this year because I was at PAX Unplugged, which was awesome. Great convention to end the year. We did well. No one got sick that I know of, so all good.
Good.
And so this gentleman was JP's House of Bacon, and of course, with a name like that, there's no way I'm not going in. And he had bacon jerky, and the smell was amazing. He was like literally. He was growing some right there. And so I had to pick some up, and I haven't even opened it yet. That's the crazy thing. I went to quarantine, had the bacon there, did not partake. I'm like, I should really bust into this. And I'm going to at some point. Speaking of food, Art, I've had a question for you.
Okay.
You mentioned that your daughter made Millionaire's shortbread.
Yes.
So how is that different than regular peasant shortbread? Is there like ground up Scottish pound notes in it or
I'm
something?
glad you asked. Let me explain what it is. It is shortbread with a layer of caramel. I love caramel. I don't love super chewy caramel, but the nice thing about this is it's not super chewy. And then chocolate on top of that. It is essentially if someone was like, I need to make Arv a custom made, the greatest shortbread ever that he will think is amazing, they would make Millionaire shortbread. I had this for the first time in Glasgow, so I died and ascended. And when I came back, I was like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever tasted. It was ridiculous. Like, it's so good.
I now have a new thing.
That's Millionaire shortbread.
either Marie Carey needs to make for us, or we need to go find somewhere or something.
Exactly.
Yes, it's very clear. So I hope you're taking notes. Okay, thank you. And now I just ate recently and I'm hungry again. Thanks a lot. Anyway, so yes, it is the end of con season for us at Catalyst, which is a good thing. Well, for me at least. There are people who have to travel in January, but that's not me, so it's all good. Yes, PAX Unplugged was awesome. Saw a lot of great people. We had a really good time. Did better than we expected, so it's always good to end the year on a high note. But now January starts all over again. So we start prepping for Adepticon. Anywho, but that's neither here nor there because we're gaming tonight. And I am playing Alarian, not Alarian. not whatever other weird names we came up
Allevian.
with. Allevian, yes.
Allevian.
No. The Starforged Aegis has just ascended into their true form, which, if this meeting doesn't go well, we might see tonight, which will be hilarious. So yeah, we'll find out. Yes, can't wait. Let's get cracking.
Let's do it. It is awesome to have everyone here. And yes, chat, let's do this. In our last session, he said, as he fired up the music right here. Let's go with some neo-Western today. In our last session, the King's Citadel, having recently overcome incredible odds and the betrayal of a supposed Gynosphinx that turned out to not be the actual Gynosphinx, but a Rakshasa that had killed said Gynosphinx. Having survived that betrayal, the King's Citadel has been enjoying a relatively short-lived, but given the speed of the campaign overall, a week of time where they weren't rushing from one place to another is luxury, essentially. And so the party has been spending its time in Salvation, trying to sort of recover and get a sense of what happened, and also get a sense of what they need to do next. They have averted war between Breland and Thrain, and in fact, not only did they avert war, they've actually made it likely that those two nations are going to potentially unite. But what they have discovered is that not all of the five nations are yet totally on board with this idea of uniting against what is an imminent threat, and that is the threat of course, the Lord of Blades, and perhaps even the more imminent threat of the Emerald Claw. In the last session, what the party did, first of all, there were a lot of heart-to-hearts that we had between, for example, Merimee and Nisiana, or Tantin and Rowan, or Ilarion and Hilar. And in the midst of all of these heart-to-hearts, realizing what it was that the King's Citadel was going to have to do, they were approached by one of the earliest people that they met in Salvation, the goblin salvage broker Garunda, who explained to them that she had seen this, in quotes, archaeologist had come to speak to her about what she might know about the Grey. Minor thing, not like this party knows anything about the Mournland or has gone there more than 60 million times, in the course of the campaign. And the ones in particular are a woman named Gisal, who identifies herself, the head of the Thorn expedition, so-called, and Garrick, who was this person who came along with her, and was looking for experts on the Mournland. Garunda said that she was not sure, but something felt strange about this group, and she wanted the party, hopefully, to be able to follow up and see what might be wrong about it. What they...
It's a lightning rail. It just got here.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, yeah, I was like, good Lord. So, yes, what the party then was told, and this is where things got a little intense for certain members of the party, was that the person, Gisal, who eventually looked up the King's Citadel directly, that she was going into the Mournland and was looking for experts to be able to gather some information about something, and that supposedly one of the places that they were going to be going to was going to be going into a city that was essentially a city known for its association with Seer, something that Chanton knows directly. It is, in fact, the locus of where the mourning first happened. It was in that exact place where it occurred. And they had been sent to search the ruins of that area now, and they wanted information from the King's Citadel about ways to best survive the Grey. At which point, Tantin got up and ended up leaving and then blew a hole in the ground outside. Since Tantin himself, well, okay, not quite that way, but you know what I'm saying, left under duress, I think it's fair to say that, because, of course, Tantin is originally from Seer, and though he did not see the things happen in the morning, he is just traumatically stricken by the events of it, especially after the last time he was in the Grey, he got to see them reenacted, so that was no fun. And so the party decided after some discussion, Gisal asked the party to join her for dinner at her camp, which is just right outside of Salvation, and after some discussion, the party agreed. But right before the end of our last session, Nisiana sent a message to a Professor Thorn at Moorgrave University, University to see whether or not there was an expedition that was ever sent from Moorgrave in Sharn, and whether Gisal was known to Professor Thorn at all. And what we showed, not to the party, but the camera sort of zooming out at the very end of the session, was Professor Thorn in the middle of a lecture with his class, dismissing class early and saying, now what the devil does that mean? And the reason that's important is because as we begin the session, I will mention to Nisiana that she has not heard back from her inquiry. Now, she did not get a no or any static, or she's blocked by the Mournland by the Gray. From everything she can tell, her message got through, or should have gotten through fine, but there has been no reply to the message. But that's something we're going to talk about in a moment, because first we need to cut back a little bit, a flashback, if you will, to one conversation that was not previously discussed. And it's a conversation involving Rowan. Rowan, you are on you're in a kind of unusual place as we focus in on you. You are on the roof of the Grey Beyond, the inn within Salvation, the inn/tavern within Salvation. You are on the roof because you've been asked to come there, and you are surrounded at the moment by a faintly shimmering barrier. Most people from the street would not see that it was there, and they would not, if they saw it, they wouldn't notice anything in particular, because anyone outside said barrier is going to see basically just the roof, an empty roof. But you are sitting inside this barrier, and inside the barrier, you are in what must seem a little bit like what Trent experiences in his sound booth. That is, that it is soundproof within here, so it's a little bit muffled. You can't hear any of the sounds outside of this shimmering barrier. And you were sitting here, Rowan, as the inside of this sphere around you, and waiting for someone to arrive, or at least a projection of someone to arrive, which in fairly short order does happen. You see this shadowy silhouetted figure appear in front of you. You could be sitting or standing. It's up to you. Actually, are you sitting on the roof or standing on the roof? I guess I should ask.
I'm sitting on the roof.
Sitting on the roof. And appearing in front of you with a swirl of shadow and the very slightest of whooshing sound, but it's all, compressed because you're inside this soundproof area, is the silhouetted figure who turns around to face you, and you recognize the familiar features of one Fjarlin from the House Fjarlin. And he looks at you and sort of nods gravely, and he says, "I appreciate your willingness to come speak to me, Rowan. If I could have had you come directly to us, I would have done that, but it would have raised questions. I hope you're well."
As well as one can be. I'm sure you've already heard that we've had quite an intense few days.
He nods and he says, "More than intense. I've heard that it could very well have ended not just you, but everyone else around you. Well," and he sort of pauses and looks down. He says, "I'm surprised at you, Rowan."
Is that pleasant surprise?
He shrugs. "I don't know. Everything that I knew about you before we met was a reputation that says something very different from what you are now. From what I've heard, you've been badly hurt on several occasions over the last several months. You've been willing to do unusual things, sacrifice yourself even for this group. We've spoken about your interest in this party before, but I'm beginning to wonder if you're growing a bit soft in your maturity."
Perhaps. Perhaps I've always been perhaps a little I think it's true to say this group has done something to me that has made it easier for me to be timid in situations where I would have otherwise not cared. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing yet has not been proven, because I'm still alive.
Are you a team player then?
When last we spoke, you insisted that there was value in such a thing. Suffice it to say, I think that if I had to pick a team, it would be this one.
He nods and gives a slight smile, and he says, I thought that might happen. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that perhaps the lonely road is not the only road you need to follow. But I am worried for you nonetheless, Rowan. One way or the other, there is going to come a time where the people that you work with are going to put themselves at such risk that one of them, or more, or all of them, are likely to die. They are part of a group that swore an oath to do just that. You, on the other hand, are a product of circumstance. You have
Do you mind
bonds
if I
with
cut
some
you
of
off
them.
there?
Oh, sure.
I'd like to tell you something very important, Fjarlan. All of them are going to die. This is a thing I know already. They are going to die. Whether I die first or last when that happens remains to be seen, but I assure you, you're all going to die very gruesome deaths. This is something that I've seen very clearly in my brain already. Their capacity, their willingness for abnegation is not the reason why they are going to die. It is the overwhelming selfishness and inconsideration of dozens of large-scale factions who are willing to fight to the death over Satan's own weapon for no other good reason than because they think they know better about a thing that we admit we know nothing about.
He nods and he says, that's fair. The real weapon, of course, has never been anything physical. The real
This is
weapon
true.
has always been information. And the information that you can gather. Which makes me wonder, it's not like you, Rowan, to trust in dreams and prophecies and uncertain doubts. You have others in your group who rely on those things. I thought that you were about the practical, the tangible, the graspable, the provable. No?
When you have spent as much time as I have, surviving by your own wit, there comes a point where you have to assess the breaking point of every con. The limit at which your mark is no longer valuable to you. The thing that is testing me about this work is that we crossed that boundary a long time ago and the job still needs to be done. I just saw a vengeful elf respond to the mere idea that the Oracle is not to be trusted with anyone by essentially sacrificing the lives and dignity of her kin.
To call the
For no other reason than to ensure that we can die in the midst of it. There is a level of... That's not even sacrifice. That's just self-destruction. That is at the core of the marks that we have left. At this point, this is the part where, if I were working alone, I would go, we should wrap the Oracle in a large chain and drop it in the ocean. I don't get to do that, because there's still work to be done. And that's when we're gonna die. That's all I mean.
He pauses and he says, your characterization of the Undying Court as composed of vengeful elves is interesting, since most of them made their decisions to embrace death a long time ago. I'm not surprised that they finally left behind any sense they had of living morality at that point. I prefer to spend my time in the shadows cast by the living, not to embrace the shadows of the dead and think that makes me advanced. That's the difference between the Undying Court and the rest of us. And you were right to do what you did with them. Vengeful or not, you've managed to bring two nations together, Rowan. Thrain and Brayland would very well have been at each other's throats right now were it not for you and your friends. You've averted a war. That doesn't suggest automatic death to me. But you see something else in the shadows, don't you? Something that waits, ready to pounce upon you.
Brayland, for all its wickedness, is still a good mark. You can work on their desire to be safe and their own willingness to not always have to be fighting. We were lucky. Then people insist that we need to be in rooms with people like the Undying Court, people whose minds are so distant from normal desire that we can never actually make them good marks. We're going to have a conversation at some time soon with somebody who we know cannot be moved, and we're going to be asked to reason with them or come to blows, because those are the only options that we will have left. I do not like those options. That is not how you get my work done. That is how you get the work of brutes done, and my team are not made up of brutes.
He walks, his image, which you can see slightly blurs and shimmers as he walks around. He obviously doesn't walk around a very big space because the sphere isn't huge, but he walks a little bit towards you, and he
is he walking on the roof or in the air?
He's walking on the roof, but you can't quite see his footfalls because they too are sort of shrouded in shadow. And as every step that he takes, there's a little like wisp of darkness that kind of floats up from the bottom of his feet. But he walks with his usual grace, and walks over to you, and he sort of tilts his head a little bit, and he says, I would not want to see someone who has gone through the transformation that you have give way in the end to either cynicism or fatalism. Nothing is certain except change. It's our job to be on the side of that change and to be ready wherever the change leads us. And you have been close to that for some time. And he lifts his hand, and there's a moment where drifting from the fingertips of his hand are these tendrils of shadow that just sort of brush against your face briefly. And then he says, yes, I don't ask this lightly, Rowan, but I wonder, if I asked you something that would not cause you to betray your loyalties to your friends or to Brayland, if I asked you something that might potentially deepen your ability to connect to them and even to the darkness in yourself, I wonder if you would be willing to try it.
I'm willing to try almost anything once.
Well, and he sort of sighs and he says, this once would be significant. It would change something about you, but, he says, and you can see his sort of, the shadow clears from his face, which is, he is, of course, elven, as most from House Fjarlan are, and as he looks down at you, Tanith sort of nods slowly, and you can see it's impossible, again, to tell his age. You know, he could be 30 or 300, right? He has this just sort of ageless face. And he looks down at you and says, what this is would give you, I think, some stability in the darkness. I've asked you to consider the House of Shadow before. Here I would strengthen that bond, but I would be doing it in service of you and your friends. But mostly, because if it is true that you're all going to die terrible deaths, I would appreciate it if you were the last of them, not the first.
I would appreciate that very much as well.
So he then lifts his hand, and in his hand there is a small little ball of shadow, which he sort of kind of shapes as if he were working almost with clay in his hand. And he says, I am going to give you something which you cannot have without the consent to receive it. It is the mark of our house. It is also a mark of protection and knowledge. With this, there will be moments where you, when reaching for the shadows, will find that they reach back for you. People believe that the information that we gather is dangerous, and they're right. But what they don't realize is that information is but a tool. Used properly, it is a weapon as much for good as for evil. And for all of the secrecy of my house, we have always cared about Brayland and about the people that fight for it. And then he moves his hand again, and for a moment on your cheek, Rowan, you feel this slight, almost like the burning of what dry ice in our world might feel like if you were to touch it, right? And then sort of kind of shines in this sort of bright, almost purplish mark, and then fades slightly. And he says, you have been given the mark of shadow. For a time, that mark will help you. It is possible that the mark could remain permanent, but that is something that none of us can tell. For someone who is not born to the experience, such marks can sometimes fade with time, or they can become parts of one internal structure. This will allow you, when needed, to vanish into the shadows, to gather the information you think is needed. I, and he bows slightly, would appreciate if some of that information is also provided to my house. But this is not a quid pro quo. It's not a requirement. It is a gift, because I would prefer that nothing happen to you if we can avoid it.
Thank you. And that, there's this pause where Rowan is trying to consider, what are the actual implications of this gift? Because Rowan has never been in a room where someone said that it was not a quid pro quo. And then he says, I'll try to use this in ways that are not as reckless as I use everything else.
And he smiles slightly at that, and he says, if you were less reckless, you would probably be less Rowan. Your good fortune has lasted you this long. If and when it runs out, I hope that vanishing from the scene, rather than being extinguished from this plane of existence, would be the choice you would take. And he turns and he says, one thing more. You are soon going to leave Salvation again. I don't know the details yet, but I know that the places that you go, at least one of them, are likely to be great storehouses of knowledge. While you are there, I would ask that you see if any of that knowledge might be of value to House Fjarlin. The House of Shadow needs every bit of information it can get. We have already thwarted several attacks upon Brayland, and for all of the good that the other secret groups operating within the kingdom might do, none of them know information the way we do. If you can find such information, preserve it, and get it to me, I would be grateful. I again do not require it, but I do request it.
I'll try my best.
And he turns back and he says, "Then, Rowan Shallow, marked and honored of the House of Shadow, may darkness cover your tracks till we next speak. And until then, may the light shine only on you when you wish it." And he nods solemnly and then is gone in a puff of shadow. Mechanically, in case you're curious, this means that you are, essentially you are similarly dragon marked, but not exactly permanently the same way. The benefit that you get from this is twofold. Number one, during the course of time that you have this mark of shadow, you will get an additional +2 to stealth checks. And also, now this one is this one is one of those like, oh snap, the kind of deals. So you got to be aware of it, okay? Which is to say that once during the course of this, I would say adventure, really, not even long rest. No, you know what? I won't even say that. I'll say long rest because of what I'm about to explain. Once during long rest, you can take an action to vanish entirely from where you are standing in a puff of shadow and to appear somewhere else within 100-foot radius. Just, and then appear somewhere else. But when you do that, for a minute afterwards, the purple shadow mark will glow upon your cheek. It will be clearly visible to others around you.
Aha, cool. Noteworthy.
That's what I was waiting for.
Right, so the thing I also wanted to make sure of mechanically, I cannot take anyone with me when I vanish.
Can't, unfortunately, it's just you. Yeah.
Noted.
But I will say that, like, you know, it's instantaneous, so you appear wherever you appear. If you can take a bonus action, like if it's in combat and you can take a bonus action or whatever, you could do that. Also, that does allow you to bamf up 100 feet, like over 100 feet. So, like, the key is you have to be able to see where you're going, but you could climb a cliff 100 feet if you wanted to. Like, it's just, you know, unless you let your companions know about this and they're like, what the you know, but you could do that if you wish.
Ooh, noted.
So, this is forward. We fade out on that flashback. And we fade in on the rest of the crew, which is preparing, because I believe the crew said they were going to do this, is heading off to the camp. Although Nisiana,
dinner.
For dinner. Although Nisiana, I will mention again that, like, you haven't gotten a reply. I don't know if you said that was going to stop you, but you have not gotten a reply to your very well constructed and sent message that was done exactly correctly, and all that.
Well, I've let everybody know, and I'm like, I can message again, but that's a spell slot. And ask, please let me know, yes or no, did you do this?
I would say yes, actually, because the lack of reply is almost more worrying.
But I mean, it's also Margrave University, right? I mean, they're all professors with noses in their books and not necessarily paying attention. We met them.
Okay, it's a message in their brain. You got to be pretty book bound to not, especially from us, from like not just we're not undergrads. We're not like some freshman saying, "Oh, professor, I need a week long on my paper." We're dealing with like really important shit.
And
So-
we already know that at least one major person from Morgrave University has been killed in the very recent. So,
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
No, I don't know if it's even worth trying again, or
I mean, he can still respond now. It's just he hasn't chosen to respond.
right. I'm still thrown off with Flamewood. I trust all of your judgment.
However,
My experience.
Mia
with that,
Tanton
very
brings up a
important
good
person-
point about that. If one
that
has
wasn't,
gone
that
down,
wasn't me, Tanton. That was Trent.
Oh.
Tanton is outside.
of course. Right. Trend,
I
Mr.
feel
Meta
it.
Player brings up a good point. Anyways,
It is in my experience that when you ask a very important person a very important question and they do not answer it, it's either because they think you are unimportant or because the answer to the question is so dire that if they say it aloud, it will implicate them as well. So I am willing to bet that this means that whatever danger we know that we are in is worse than we had previously supposed.
Well, then it would not be a good thing for me to waste a spell if we're going to go into this thing and end up in a fight. That is a revivify or a mass healing word or one of my other spells. So if we're gonna go out there and I'm assuming we are actually going out there because Professor Thorne has not responded, we will assume they're lying to us, but we may gather information from them. Yes?
Fair?
yep. Oh yeah, we're still going. Right.
Okay.
We'll be
So-
careful.
It's kind of like walking into an evil temple with just less evil temple and hopefully less bloodshed.
Yeah, that went so well last time. Actually, to be honest, it did go pretty well, all things considered, last time.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you really think about it, that's probably the
Right.
best interaction we've ever had
Right?
with an enemy the entire time.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it gives Mary May a side eye.
Got a little grin, like,
Big smile. Big smile.
big smile. We got this.
So, just to be sure, again, working in confidence man mode, there are two ways you play a group like this. Either by being very eager or by not being eager at all. Which one would you all prefer? I'm in
Not e-
favor of still need to be convinced.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm not eager at all.
yeah.
Fair.
I mean, I'm really never eager. So
We've been in the gray. I think it's more realistic that we would not be eager.
Agreed.
That gives them more of an opportunity to sell us on why we need to see this place in the first place.
Has anybody actually asked if Mia Tantan's willing to come with us?
I can go ask him.
Yes. You do that.
I'm going to.
Because last time I gave him the out. I figure it's probably not me the best one. I would not be the best one to follow up with them and say, hey, have you changed your mind? So yeah, I think Miramax would
How
be
about
very
now?
good.
How about now?
Poke, 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 poke. I'm going to head outside and to see if I can find Mia Tanton, knowing that he's actually not that far.
Yeah, he's literally right outside, in the middle of the road with a smoking donut-shaped ring in the middle of the street.
Hey.
How's it going?
I'm not gonna ask. I know how it's going. We're going to go to dinner to scope out what's happening. Everybody understands if you don't come. It's up to you.
And he just kind of moves his hand, and a sort of purplish spectral hand just scoops up what is basically a handful of dirt, and it just sort of pours through through the fingers and leaves this glowing white hot circlet, very small, in the grasp of his mage hand. And he's like looking at it, and he'll occasionally move one of his jeweler's tools around it and whatnot. Eventually he's like, it's done. And he puts his tool back into his tack vest and is rotating the thing around us. We need information.
We do? Are we talking about the same thing? About going to dinner to get information from them? Or what did you just do with the ring?
Finished it.
Okay, what does the ring do?
It's for Larian.
Oh, I'm sure he'll appreciate it. They'll appreciate it.
Yes, we need to go.
Is there anything we can do for you?
No.
All right. Let me know if that ever changes. And I'll ping the other ones going, he's gone dark, but he's coming.
And Nisiana just says, sometimes we all need to go a little dark.
Oh, great.
Let him work through this.
I'm not stopping him. I have
Unless, of course,
concerns, but I'm not stopping him.
Unless, of course, he really goes into the dark end.
Well, there's a hole in the middle of the street now, but I'm sure it's
Hey.
fine.
Venting his anger.
It's like that big.
Someone's tires will pop on that.
You'll lame a horse.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll be right out.
All right.
Actually, where are we? I can't remember.
I believe you were, well, at that moment, you're in the Grey Beyond, the Tavern Inn that Tanton just walked outside of. So.
Oh yeah, because they met us there.
That's right.
And then said, "Hey, dinner," and then we talked, and then he went outside and da 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 da.
That's right.
Yep.
And the invitation was for this evening.
Good.
Oh, whatever will I wear?
It's a bit, business casual. Yeah.
Wear this ring.
Indeed.
What does that ring do?
Okay.
We'll find out.
So if you are all headed then to this camp, if I'm not mistaken.
Unless anyone has anything else to spruce themselves up or get ready for, then yeah, I think we are.
I just asked Tenton in the chat, so telepathically, but Tren, player, are there any songs that Mérimée has played before that you've reacted positively to, or that she would associate with making you feel better? Because she would gently strum those as we walk.
There was one she played the first time we all rode the lightning rail. That would be when Nisiana was pretending to be a noble, pretending to be a noble, and Tanton was adding all the extra armor plating to the car to reinforce it. And there was a point during that where Mérimée had found a rhythm that matched both his hammering and the sound of the conductor stones discharging when the lightning rail locomotive would go across them. And so she was playing that, and he found that very comforting, the rhythm of it very, reinforcing in his work.
Okay,
Oh,
she
that's
will.
a good walking step.
Yeah, she will. She has absolutely no problem doing this. She will take out her lute and she will see if you react positively while she does it. She will continue to do so. Otherwise, she will stop. If you do not react, she will continue.
No
to
reaction
do so.
whatsoever.
She will continue to do so.
All right. So it does not take you long, maybe 15 minutes walk or so.
That's a lot of playing.
To get to. Yeah, exactly.
Especially in
just on-
dog minutes.
It's just on loop. Yeah, exactly.
It's like 5 notes over and over again.
Do I hear a lightning rail coming? What is
Yeah, exactly.
sound?
All right. Well, I'm going to bring the party over, and then I will bring everyone else over.
Sorry, do we have a map for
Who else
this?
is there?
We sure
boy.
do.
Oh boy.
No matter what
Kaboom.
That
happened
is
here.
nothing but trouble.
And
Bring the
there we
party
are.
over and everyone else. Who else is there?
All of the peoples. Okay. Yes.
The
Okay.
Lord of Blades. Oh.
Exactly.
Where do they all come from?
Exactly. Someone walks into the front and they're just kind of like, "We would be pleased if you would join us for lunch." You know, like just like. And Tangent shoots the crossbow and he's like, you know, like.
Sunshine, crossbow. all
Exactly.
Tanton just looks over at
Karunda's
Rowan, who's
like-
like, I couldn't help it. They arrived just before you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Karunda's, yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Yeah, what's Strahd doing here? Oh geez. Okay. So let me describe a little bit of what you see. This is the expedition camp. And you can see that the camp has these 4 wagons, and there are, I should mention that sort of hitched to each wagon is, hey, what's up, Drew? Hitched to each wagon is what must obviously be a horse, but every one of those horses is fully shrouded. So you can't actually see what's, them, but they're obviously like, it's a horse-shaped, shroud. So, you're pretty confident that's what you're dealing with. So there's that. And they are all hitched up to these wagons. There are 4 tents that you can see there that are arranged in roughly a circle, and a campfire in the center. And the camp is actually pretty well lit, not just by the campfire, but there are also these lanterns, which must certainly be ever-bright lanterns. You've seen things like this before, that are hanging from the wagons. And outside the radiance of that light, of course, are deep shadows in the sort of scrub brush and the dirt and sand that is so ubiquitous to the surrounding Salvation area. And right now you also see that there are 3 individuals. One of them is Garrick, that you can see, and they are
Just plain simple Garrick.
Exactly. Just plain simple Garrick. Who right now the 3 of them are loading the wagons with what look like crates of different kinds. And Jasal is standing near the fire. Near the campfire. And this is where you were invited to come to dinner. I'm assuming that, but you can tell me if you're wrong. I see that you've all assembled yourselves, just about all assembled yourselves, although Rowan, I need you to join us, and Merime as well, over there. I'm just going to...
Now, Merime is off having a singing contest with the Merry Lude.
Yes, exactly. There we go. Thank you.
I'm totally losing too. I gotta say, it's not good for me.
Hey, then drinks are on you. That's the way it works.
Okay, let me do this, and then reduce Rowan to the same size, roughly speaking, as everybody else. Okay, so when you first get there, now, you can see, like, you follow the directions that they gave you, so you can see the camp. It's up to you, I suppose, whether you want to sort of stealth up and watch them from maybe one of the bushes or things like that around there. But it is definitely true that, if you are caught, that probably would not be the best way to, hi, welcome to dinner. I was just here watching to see how you do the cooking or something. There's that. But again, there's also the theory, I guess, that you may want to gather information ahead of time. What I'm saying is that it's up to you, but it will require checks if you want to do that, or if you just want to walk up to the fire. It seems right now, as you walk up, that Giselle is sort of looking at something on a table, like some kind of a scroll that is rolled out in front of her, and she seems to be writing something on it. She's standing, kind of leaning over and writing on it, while the other 3 of these, including Varric, just bring back and forth Garrick, not Varric, bring back and forth these crates onto the wagons.
You could have a brother. Anyways.
I'm Varric, my other brother Varric.
That's right. There's Derek over the side of the fire.
Yep.
I don't see any point in being skulky or stealthy about it. I think we should just stride right in.
Because we're so subtle all the time.
Again, yeah, well, there is that. Like my glowing motes, everyone's got dragon marks that are glowing in the darkness, especially we're not a beacon of light as we come in.
Mm-hmm.
So, meh. So I'm going to just, floating up there myself.
All right, so go ahead.
Others can do what they wish.
You can position yourself where you like. As you are coming in, Giselle sort of turns and sees you, and Ah, yes, wonderful, wonderful. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're able to come. Please join me by the fire. We have some nice warmth here and prepared a little bit of food, I think. The rest of you can knock that off for now. Let's bring some food for our guests. And the three here sort of nod.
By the fire, I will stand over here because
All right.
I just don't need to sit down and I don't need to eat. So there's no point.
And one of them, as you were all sort of gathering around the fire, one of them brings over several trays worth of food, which they set down on the benches near you. And the food itself looks pretty, I mean, they all, without really waiting for long, sort of light into the food themselves. But there seems to be a combination of like sort of good hearty stew is what it looks like to you, with various kinds of meats and vegetables and stuff like that. It's not stuff which is way out of bounds for what you would expect to see in Salvation, but it also doesn't look like it's like low, like dirty or junky stuff. Like it looks like good solid stew that you might get on a good day, in the Gray Beyond, that type of thing. That they're willing to offer you, and they bring that over. Also, each of you has a hunk of brown bread that is not actually very, very hardened or stale. Seems to be, pretty decent, fairly fresh bread. And mugs of water, or they're also willing to offer mugs of ale if any of you would prefer that.
I'll take a mug of ale.
Okay.
Also ale.
Okay.
Why
Isiana,
not?
Tanton? Yeah, okay. Tanton, what about you?
Tanton pulls out a piece of beef jerky and his water skin and just kind of absently chewing on it and staring at this thing over here.
What? Which one?
The horse that's behind him.
The shrouded horse figure.
Are you looking, Tanton, you're just staring at it? Like, are you...
He is not hiding the fact that he is very curious about what that is.
Gotcha, okay.
Maybe curious is the wrong word. Probably be like incredibly fucking suspicious would be a better way of putting it.
Gotcha. Let me have you make a perception check for me, Tanton, actually. Yes, small batch organic gruel, exactly, Proxima. It's good for what ails you. Well done. No reason to mug for chat, Prince Justin. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I
I think maybe she has to leave.
I was going to say,
now.
Chat's like, I gotta take off right now.
Perception.
like an hour early, sure.
It's heading for a natural 20, but it's a 9.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that as you sort of look at it, it looks, I don't know, it looks horse shaped. It looks like a horse. There's nothing.
Let me give you
Sure.
a further
Yes.
thing. He's watching for things that horses would do, like breathing, to see if the shroud moves, like the creature under it is breathing, or if it shuffles, if it's like at some point hip shot as it takes one of its hooves and kind of props it up to rest the other leg.
I gotcha.
Sort of thing.
Normally, I would not ex post facto this, but in this case, I will, because I should have asked for that clarification before. Do you want to work for an inspiration, or not work for, but ask for an inspiration, or try to get something? Because you're not going to get that information with your first roll.
let's let it ride the way it is.
Okay, so it doesn't. Part of the problem is that as you're looking at it, the fact that the wagons themselves were moved a little bit by the crates and stuff like that makes it a little hard to tell. You're not totally sure. Also, you notice that the ever burning, ever bright lanterns hanging from the wagons are not hanging near the horses. Like that's something you can pick up on themselves, which means that they literally you can tell that they have a physical shroud over them, but also that their bodies are shrouded a little bit in shadow anyway. So it's
any breeze would make that shroud move, making it much more difficult.
That's right, and it is a little breeze, not very windy,
right.
But there is a little bit of breeze there. Yep.
Not like Washington State.
Yeah, precisely. That would be a whole different.
Thanks, Tren.
Yeah. Unless you get your friends to lager around you. Wow. Good work, everybody.
Hey, our friends are very stout and forthright.
I want to keep an eye on all of the others and kind of see if I spot any hint of a lie or omitted information or something, and let the others know
Okay.
as they talk, just so you know.
Just for my entry on the ale pun thing,
Yes.
since I need to go to the restroom, I'm going to say IPA.
Wow.
Wow.
Gonna
maybe
drive
you
Brandon
have-
and Jennifer
man.
away.
You're in good form
You
today.
people
Trent.
are my
Oh,
friends. You.
wow.
I care
Oh my
about
God.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Arv, that was beyond the pale.
Oh, hey, nice,
Oh,
nice,
my
nice. I toilet so hard over that one though. I don't know what he's gonna do.
you. Returning very patient to the fact that I made a 23 on my Arcana.
Okay. Now, question, Rowan. What is the Arcana? Because I'm sorry, I missed that in the midst of the 60 million puns.
Right. I also wanted to know if the horses were real. As our good friend Crossroads would have said, I want to know if the horses are made of meat.
You do not get so the thing about the Arcana check is like what it might allow you to do is to determine if there are anything like clearly like magical runes or stuff like that that's sort of visible around them, one way or the other. You don't think so. You don't notice anything in particular. In fact, if there's anything notable, it's how the shrouds are very plain. The wagons themselves are very plain. There does feel like there's some strange kind of like, there's a kind of odd feeling a little bit about them maybe. It's hard to tell why. But there's nothing that obviously sort of stands out to you like, oh, look, they're wearing this bridle, which is typically known as the bridle of control. Or, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing obvious like that, magical about them. But there is something odd about them. Maybe it's the stillness of them that's noticeable, but it's very hard to tell. So, as you were sort of sitting there, Giselle says, you have the stew. Stew is actually quite good. And she says, as you're washing it down with some ale and water, she says, I am really grateful to you for coming to speak to me. I know that some of the people of Salvation, they've been through so much that sometimes people are, well, they're not willing to give suggestions to people from the outside. There's a real sense of purpose and community here, and, well, they're not willing to necessarily trust anyone, especially a stranger. So I'm grateful to you. If we're ever to make this thing work, we definitely need people who understand what it means to go into the gray to help us. And that's what I wanted to know was, how did you survive the gray? How do you survive the gray? What things have you done to prepare for it? What do I need to know? Assuming I have to go in, and I do, how do we prepare ourselves for that moment?
Nisiana looks at her and says, were you in the war?
She says, I did not serve. I was, at the time, studying. I was in my early studies, actually.
Do any of you or your people know how to fight?
Yes, and she nods at Garrick. She says, Garrick has done some training at the university and several fight courses. He's a member of the fencing team in good standing. And Garrick kind of... It occurs to you, by the way, Nisiana, that Garrick does not strike you as a fencer, but, maybe that's just a bias on your part,
Could be saber or something else.
And she says, and several of the others here, and she nods to two of the others who are sort of sitting at the fire eating their stew, they can definitely handle themselves in a fight. We've prepared ourselves to try to be protected, but I will admit we are a research team. We're not really designed to be warriors. That's one of the reasons we wanted to speak to you. We recognize that we don't want to become just another statistic.
Well, how many? Our first foray into the gray involved a lot of undead. What do you have to fight against the undead?
And she nods and, her expression grows very serious and she says, that is a good question. We do have some holy water that we have brought with us. In fact, one of the things we're loading into the wagons is exactly that. And we hope that is going to be some good to us. I have some knowledge of religious rites, but I cannot say that I have trained for combat experience against creatures of the undead. That is one concern that we had, in fact, what to do if we were to meet such creatures. My hope was that we might perhaps not, being a small group, might not attract as much attention as others might. But I do not know for certain, of course.
Do we have the mind link up?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the look on my face is probably very clear to the party, but my thought is these people are going to die really quick.
We can save
just-
I would look concerned too. Would my face able to make any
It's
expression?
just like, the shrouds on your horses, is that protection? Is that magical?
And she nods. She says, "It is not magical, but, well, you see, these horses have been trained for particularly long journeys and distances. And, in fact, there are several stables in Sharn that are specifically designed to train and prepare these horses. It means that they can travel for great distances before needing to rest. But when they do need to rest, these shrouds that you see are part of their training. Once they are in complete darkness, and when they feel the touch of this particular fabric, it allows them to go into a deep sleep of restfulness. It means that the next day, when they awaken, they are refreshed beyond any normal measure, and then they're able to travel a good long distance further than they would otherwise. It was necessary if we were to be able to have an expedition that was going to last, I suppose."
I want to try to mind link with one of the horses that I see.
And I don't believe that. I would love to make an insight check on her.
Let's see an insight check from Tanton.
Oh yeah, and I've been keeping an eye on them too for that.
Okay. And Marame, what are you going to say in your mind link thing?
Well, I'd love to do an insight check as well, because I mentioned that I was going to keep an eye on that. But
Okay. Well, do the insight check first. You and Tanton both, and let's do that
before I
first.
talk to the, I mean, I'll still try to talk to the horse. I get it at advantage, just as a reminder.
Yes. Okay.
Oh wow, we're insightful today.
Yeah, 25 and 23.
Hang on a second, make sure I
This is
got
why
that right.
Nicianus is doing the chatter so everybody else can do all the watching.
Because I'm pretty sure I heard the person who told us that these people were looking for us. They specifically mentioned that they had shrouded horses drawing their carriages. And I don't believe they were seen at night, which means that these horses were shrouded during the day while they were moving. And because of that, Tanton does not believe what she's saying.
Yeah.
They're obviously vampires. Vampire horses.
they are obviously death horses.
That's right.
So so Tanton and Marame, you can both tell that. I think actually Tanton just described this exceedingly well. This doesn't sound right. I mean, it's one thing to say it is true that there are horses that can be trained for long distances. It is true that Sharn is a place that specializes in the manipulation of things, including presumably sort of animal, creations, and even magical ones, griffins, hippogriffs, things like that. But you have never heard of horses that need to be shrouded at night. It is possible, you have to say. There are some less than savory organizations that do experiments that are not necessarily in the broadest public preview, right? Purview, not preview. Public purview. So there are things where you may not have heard of it, basically, is what I'm saying. But certainly to your knowledge, you've never heard of this. And it seems a little too convenient by half. Like it does not ring true to you. Either of you.
Totally pinging.
I was going to say, the Tanton basically says, and he turns and starts walking towards this horse, reaching for the shroud.
At the same time, I am saying, so your horses don't protect the camp at night. They're not able to protect themselves if something were to sneak up on them. So I'm continuing to talk.
Yes. She she sort of nods and she says, well, that's true. That's one of the reasons that we need to make sure we have certain preparations made. And if I may ask, she says to you, Tanton, Removing the shroud would be deeply disruptive to their rest, and I do need to ask that you not do so. And one of the guys gets up.
Really?
One of the guys
Do
gets
you
up
know
from the
what
bench.
else would be deeply disturbing? Having such a customized creature cross the gray and turn against you. You want to understand what you're walking into? This is part of it. And he pulls.
Okay.
Well, now.
So when you pull the shroud off of the horse, you see that it is it's, again, someone in shadow, but you can see that it is indeed a dark furred horse, dark hided horse, that has a black mane. But Tanton, as you're looking at it, you also notice that it seems quite thin. And by thin, I mean almost skeletally so.
Like undead.
Now, this does not give you the impression that these are, because the creature does not look like, like whinnying at you like I'm in terrible pain and I'm neglected. You think that's just kind of its natural state. And in the meantime, the guy who stood up has kind of gotten up and is sort of glaring at you, and Giselle sort of like is staring towards you next to this horse and says, well, it is fortunate then that our horses are not going to be affected, manipulated, I think was your word, over much. We've taken precautions to ensure it.
How many times have you been through that curtain?
I'm sorry, what curtain? What did you say?
The gray, the morning.
Oh, the gray. Oh, okay. And she says, I have only visited once when I was a young researcher. It was not for long. It's one of the reasons I asked for your expertise.
And yet, when it's offered, you try to shut me down.
Expertise is one thing. Direct interference, though, seems to be another.
Interference.
Well.
And he just drops the shroud and just brings his water skin back up and just chews. And he just walks back to the fire and is like,
okay.
Go ahead. I clearly am not going to be any help to you. His entire expression is fine. Fucking kill yourselves. And he just sits down.
Okay. Yep.
What our comrade is trying to say is you sought our assistance with the deliberate acknowledgement that being, in your own words, experts, we have some foreknowledge of the Grey and its behavior. And as a result, taking as many precautions as possible to ensure that you don't essentially hand the Grey a weapon that it can use against you is of the utmost importance. And what we have discovered is that you may have just potentially done so.
And so she kind of frowns as if considering what you're saying.
Before she can speak,
yes.
That's when Valerian, who hasn't said a word since we got here.
Okay.
And even worse than that, you sought to deceive us about the nature of your pack animals, which is not a very good foundation for a basis of trust between us and you. So perhaps we can stop with the dissembling, and if my friend would say, I believe the term is put our cards on the table. Otherwise, this is not going to go very far at all.
And she
While
says,
this conversation is happening, I would like to make a stealth check.
Okay. Where go? You can make a stealth check. Where are you? Are you like slipping into the shadows, so to speak?
I don't want to do that thing yet.
Okay. Well, no, I didn't think you were going to be like, walk up. Well, it's time to change the situation. like, oh my god,
it's dangerous. Yes, exactly.
And then wall of fire, and everyone's like, what the?
Oh god.
Roland.
The shift of conversation as an opportunity to slip towards, to slip away from the fire and towards.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping when I speak, they're distracted because I haven't said anything since we got here.
Okay.
And so if all eyes are on me, it actually makes Rowan's chances to wait even easier.
help me with a deception, maybe?
Yeah. Well, so this. Okay. So yeah. Now, a couple things. One, chat. If there's an inspiration forthcoming to Rowan, it sounds like. Hopefully. Secondly, Rowan, I'm going to give you now. Typically, I would give you disadvantage on this because you are literally sitting at the fire and you're just going to be like, like Homer Simpsoning out, right? But in this particular case, because of the level of distraction, because of what Tanton did, because like all that stuff, and because of Nisiana's commentary and Alarian, blah blah. I'm gonna not give you disadvantage. I do still have to give you a -1 on the check though, because or -1. That's not total, but like you're getting a -1. That obviously is adjusted by your other stealth stuff. In fact, I think that's evened out by your stealth benefit that you just previously got from the mark. So I'm gonna have to do that. So, but having said that, it won't be a disadvantage. However, if anyone wants to inspire Rowan to do this stealth check.
Knowing what...
Oh, that's true. You could do that, Dren. That's also a good point.
Yeah, knowing what Rowan is about to do, because we were mind linked, I am going to say, like, have a good time, Rowan. Try not to get us into too much trouble just yet. And I give you 1d10 of inspiration.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead and make your stealth check, and then we'll talk about what happens in the convo here in just a second.
Sure, it'll be fine.
Of course it will. Fine, he's fine.
I also don't think
here.
it strikes me, I don't think we've had a
Right?
campfire night encounter of any kind. I don't believe so far, so it's kind of cool.
But I
It's
remember.
coming.
16.
no encounter.
16.
Against deceptive academics. Like,
Yeah,
who'd have
that's
thought?
I'm going to
Academics.
use that inspiration as well.
Okay,
There you
okay.
go.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's do that inspiration.
Pump it up.
Academics are not deceptive.
Ooh.
Wow.
Nice.
Plus 9, so 25.
25? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Nice. So
Um,
inspired.
Okay.
So Rowan Homer Simpson's into the...
Yeah, exactly. Rowan
Well, he can
suddenly
Homer
becomes
Simpson
the
right into
bench.
Right into that,
What's
right into that
meme
tent
again
back
where
there.
somebody throws up the peace sign and then
Right.
suddenly
Yeah.
fades
Yeah,
out?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rowan, where are you going with this stealth check, and then I'll come to the convo.
Right. I just kind of want to disappear like behind here, like as far away from the fire as possible and closer towards the tents.
Okay.
Because now I'm gonna Arcana all of the tents.
Ah, okay. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. While you're doing that, the remaining 4 of you, plus Banner, are sitting at the fire, and Giselle says, well, I would not necessarily have called it deception. I never told you what the pack animals that we used exactly were, simply that they are designed for long-range use, and that remains the case. As for not being forthcoming about the nature of them beyond that, well, I apologize if any deception is experienced as a result. But I wasn't asking you, after all, to purchase horses from me. I was asking questions about the gray, and I appreciate now that you've told me that it is dangerous at all times, but especially to bring creatures that are not the standard pack animals one might otherwise use. And she kind of nods and she says, the necessities sometimes of academic competition. I suppose I have to play my cards closer to the vest. And she sort of bows slightly and says, my apologies. If you wish to look more at the horses, of course, you may do so. And
I don't care about what you use to haul your wagons, as long as we're aware of what they are and how the gray might corrupt them. As for your academic contest, I do hope it's a contest worthy of risking your life, for rest assured that is exactly what you're doing the moment you step foot into the gray. You asked for our advice, and here's what I'm going to tell you. My companions may tell you differently. The simple fact is, for those of us, we have all gone in the gray, geez, what is it, Arv, like 5 times now?
It's at least, yeah.
At least, yeah. For those of us who've gone in multiple times and come out more or less intact, the key is to trust nothing in the gray. Not your senses, not what you may encounter, not even the very ground you tread upon. Sometimes, not even your supposed allies or companions. The gray seeks to twist everything to its own end, and the moment you step in it, if you are not wary, you will be its unwitting tool, its plaything, and it will twist you inside and out and leave you wondering what is reality and what is not. That is my advice for you if you seek to challenge the gray.
That's also just the environment. That's not even talking about the denizens within the gray.
And she nods. She has this very serious expression, and she says, that is valuable information and sobering. Certainly the last thing that we want to do is to do anything foolish beyond the foolishness of having to go into the gray in the first place, but we can't avoid that. But at the very least, being aware of this is very helpful.
And you plan to use magic inside the gray?
Well, if we're required to, and there will be some scrying magic that we would need to use in the actual vicinity of where we're going, we would try to keep it to a minimum, of course. We're trying to attract as little attention in the gray as we can, hence the small size of my team here. Okay, now as you're talking to each other, Rowan, you said you wanted to Arcana the tent. What I need to know a little bit more from you is, because Arcana, remember, is not like, it's not really a detect magic check, right? It's to sort of see if there are magical signs or, things like that. Are you doing that? Are you actually trying to look into, the tents, or like, are you, you tell me, because once you get behind at least one of the tents, you should be able to make determinations about the tent if you want to try to peek your way in. As you go from tent to tent, you'll have to make another stealth check. Not a super difficult one because you're in the shadows, but it'll have to be enough, like if you face plant, like you would still make some noise and people would notice.
Right. So I will start then by physically looking into this tent.
Okay.
To see first what's in it, and then see if I need to make any any other assessments about those things.
Okay. All right. I would like you to make a stealth check when you look into the tent.
Okay.
I'm like, you can still feel me in the mind link, like
Natural
I'm watching.
20.
Wow, well done.
Natural 20. All right.
I am the knight.
Yeah, I was thinking about.
I really want you to look into these tents, y'all.
We were talking about West Side.
Fjarlin yet?
I was going to say, listen, you're inspired today, right? Like literally. I was thinking about the line from West Side Story from Anybody's, who says like, "I'm very large with shadows, I'm like in and out of them. No one sees me." Anyway, okay. So I will tell you exactly what you see in that tent.
Funny.
And
Funny
it is
because it's true.
this. Inside the tent, you see. Sorry, one second.
Blagothkus.
You see Blagothkus, no. You do not see Blagothkus. You see something
One
else.
of these days we're gonna regret asking to see Blagothkus.
Yeah, listen, you got that right. There's going to come a point where
Ooh, the ghost of Blagothkus, even better.
we're going to pull
He's
out
on a different plane.
as far as you know. Okay. Hang on a second. This thing is giving me.
And he was a friend of ours. Well, not ours, but
I mean, okay. Show me. No.
The way to go home.
No. Just show me
I'm
the way.
tired and I want to go to bed.
Every day. Okay. No.
And Tanton kind of in the link is like Illyrian.
Yes.
And holds out a ring and kind of releases it, and a hand catches it, a kind of ethereal hand catches it before it falls and carries it over to you.
Ooh. And
It's done.
I'll put out my finger and excellent.
With this ring, I finish the commission.
I do things to say hi to you.
I do finish our commission, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Sitting inside the tent, you see a figure, and there's a picture that goes along with it.
Oh.
Ooh, we got a picture, folks. We got a picture.
All right.
Look at our new best friend.
Giant skeleton.
I believe his name is pronounced Don't kill me.
I actually have a handout for everybody to see with this.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Or not,
yay.
sorry,
I mean-
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. That's not true. I have a handout that will be coming your way momentarily, but not immediately. But I
Only
do.
after you die.
I'll show you this picture after your death has occurred. No. Okay. Right. There we
Draw
go.
clouded, death-strewn eyes. Open up to see. Yes. And what the hell?
Okay, there we go. And there's that. I'm going to be showing this on stream. So chat, get ready to see it yourselves. It's going to be a very exciting moment.
Is it though?
Keep your ocular cavities peeled.
Okay.
Drum roll, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Drum roll. Natural one. Shoot.
Okay, and then I have to... That
This is a bit anticlimactic.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
I
like
was-
put it
Hey,
right
hey,
on
hey,
there.
There's
listen.
drawing it out, but
No,
you
I
know.
said- and then other cool things. No, the thing is, the reason I'm doing the whole stretch thing is that it glitched, so I'm having to recapture it. So
Oh, sure.
That's
why
Technical
it's happening.
difficulties are. I see. Uh-huh.
Just draw it out.
Sure.
I was watching someone play RimWorld on live stream yesterday. And they were trying to make a decision, and I said, "Roll a D2," and he was like, "Yeah, what?" And flip a coin.
okay, so now I have that. All right, are you going to glitch this time?
No.
Maybe I
How
will.
big is
You
the
weren't asking.
Maybe I won't.
30 feet from Luciana gets these two of these tents, doesn't it?
I'm just making sure I know what this thing does.
I got it. Okay, here we go. Sorry about the delay. I apologize. Okay. It looks like this. You see sitting up what looks like a figure that is covered in skeleton armor is what it looks like. You can see the skeleton mask. You can see the skull at the chest, a skull at the belt, a skull's on the knees. You can see bone spikes coming up from the armor. It looks crazy badass. But you have never seen anything exactly like that, and literally as you look in, Rowan, you can see that this figure is silently looking away from you, because you're looking in this side of the tent, I believe, and is looking away from you towards the front of the tent, and you're not sure at first, even when you look in, because you don't see the figure moving. In fact, it is sitting almost statue-like, quite still, just sitting, looking at the front of the tent.
Mm-hmm. And I can't make out anything in the armor. I can't verify whether it is like a human in bone armor or a skeleton covered in skeletons.
Skeleton covered in skeletons. The body of the figure does not look skeletal. It looks, except that maybe it's like literally an exoskeleton, he said, to add to the confusion. It almost looks like something is wearing a skeleton almost, rather than is oneself a skeleton. But you certainly know of the existence of things like, even in Eberron, animated armor and stuff like that. So it's also possible that there's nothing inside this at all. One thing I can tell you, say again, what?
We fought
and
some.
you fought some, that's right. I can tell you, you've never seen anything like this. In fact, even the amount of bones that it would take to produce this kind of armor is pretty impressive. And you can see that the bones, as the picture shows there, have been carefully interwoven. It's an exceptional work of smithing, beyond anything else.
I would like to know whether anything magical is going on or in this armor.
Okay. I'll let you make an Arcana check. Again, it's not a detect magic, but I'll let you make an Arcana check to sort of see if you sense if there's anything around that looks vaguely magical.
19.
Wow.
Where do I start? Yes, it seems like the armor itself, to be constructed like this, to be interwoven like this, to be functional as armor at all, requires not just spectacular work of smithing, but you're certain there has to be some magic associated with it in some way. It's the only way that it would actually hold together functionally. But you don't see any specific mark or any, like, that this is the house, blah, blah, blah. Like you don't notice anything like that. But yes, it would almost have to be magical somehow.
Cool. Grand. That's lovely. In the mind link, I tell everyone, friends, I am presently staring at the back of a large creature wearing magically endowed skeletal armor. Do we want to get rid of it now or start a fight?
We can ask
While
him.
that's happening, I'm literally raising my gun and
Not yet,
well,
not-
Oh, like-
cast dispel
Not
magic
sure,
or
like-
banishment immediately.
Yeah, like
On
right.
the
yeah.
fire.
Okay, so wait, and Illyrian says, give me a minute. I want to see if they're going to be more forthcoming about that or anything else they might be hiding from us. So this all happened in like a minute,
Yep.
basically.
Yep.
And wasn't
Because
Giselle,
it's
was
not
that her
going to take
name?
long. Just sorry.
no,
one,
no,
one-
right,
one-
right.
one quick note.
No.
Because it's not going to take long before they're going to notice that Rowan is no longer there. Even if Rowan was super stealthy, at some point
Well,
they're going to be like,
right.
"Weren't there 5 of
Hey,
you?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So wasn't I interrupted her? We had the conversation, and then I think we left, and that's when he made his little appearance. But she said her thing. Oh, and then okay, Nisian and I started talking about the dangers of the gray, and then
Right.
is it Giselle? Is that her name?
Giselle, yeah, Gisaul.
Close enough. No, Giselle. And then I can't remember if she was going to speak or if we were going to speak again. But if there's a pause
She
in the
had just said
conversation,
that she had-
Illyrian will.
Yeah, I mean, she had just apologized and
Right.
explained this thing about like
Yeah.
that she did not.
And then
mean to
Nisia and I
deceive,
started
but-
talking about the dangers of the gray.
Right.
Okay. If there's nothing else. And so she says that's good information, yada, yada, yada. All right. If she's stopped for a second, then Illyrian will continue.
Okay.
And so, and knowing what's happened, because I have the perfect viewpoint to see that, one moment Rowan was there, the next moment he's gone. So I know Rowan's doing Rowan-y things, which is fine. So Illyrian continues. And that is why trust among your party, all of you, is of the utmost importance. With that said, is there anything else we need to know before we decide whether we are to accompany you on your mission?
And she says, "Well, as a mark of goodwill, perhaps, so that we have, as you say, as we said, cards on the table. Perhaps you could tell me what you think of this." And she reaches into her cloak and brings forth a thing which is, in fact, a handout that I will share in Roll20. And it looks like this. You can see that it has this strange symbol. Now, I need to ask, by the way, what languages everybody speaks, and except for Rowan, who's busy looking at a skeletal figure, but everybody else.
Okay.
Mine is common, celestial, and draconic.
I have Kori Orc in common
I have to figure out where it is on my sheet.
and Goblin.
Left
Okay.
side at the bottom.
Tantan, what about you?
Common, draconic, gnomish.
Okay.
It's-
Waiting for Rowan to be like, "Well, I speak sigil, so like, God damn it,
Excuse me,
speak common
students.
and
I
Tory.
speak.
Yeah, I speak."
Why is it not written down? That's interesting. Okay, did I put it in my bio?
You would have a few. You would definitely have.
I have a
probably-
bunch.
Yeah.
Just don't know where they are because where it says, oh wait, it only shows me with halfling and common. It doesn't show me with anything else.
Maybe you don't have a few.
I thought I had draconic, and Goblin as well, specifically because of Garunda. I'm wondering if I somehow managed to.
She might have given you some like basics so you could like stumble around in Goblin.
Yeah,
I would
she
think,
did
yeah.
when we were on our way
Yep.
back after rescuing her.
Yep.
Yeah, because of what I've written down, I'm gonna go with just Halfling Common and a little bit of Goblin because I do not have.
So
anything.
none of you then recognize this except Tanton. You think, because it's definitely not Gnomish, but you would not be surprised if this was actually Dwarvish, because Gnomish and Dwarvish are sort of sister languages, and you think that but again, there's no way you could know what this means. Like, this symbol is not familiar to you, but it does have some of the angular quality of some Dwarvish writing. And it would not surprise you if that's what you're looking at. But that said, I mean, you know what the hell that is beyond the fact that you think it might be Dwarvish. And so she sort of holds it out and waits for any reactions or that's the secret
Alarian
sigil
will
of
shrug
things.
because they don't know what the hell this is.
Okay.
And Tanton is in the middle of casting something. But he just kind of glances over very briefly when he's at a moment where he can take a breath, and glances over, and then in the mind link he's like, it's similar to Dwarvish, whatever it is.
Okay. And so she, looks around, waits for, response or no response, and then says, so I see that you do not know it either. It is something that we think may be connected to what we are going to be exploring. I know that the people at Sharn and Moorgrave had given us this because this was recovered from the Mournland. It was recovered, supposedly, from a place not too far from where we will eventually go. And I would love to know if it was associated with our destination. But I cannot say for certain, and I have not been able to find someone among my people or myself or those around to translate it.
Quick question, Arv. This is outside of gameplay. Earlier in the afternoon, did Giselle didn't. She just mentioned they were going to the Gray, and I think we knew they were going to the capital city, but not why. Is that correct?
They did mention it by name because Tanton was working on Rowan's
Right.
arm and went at the time.
Right. But
right.
still, we don't know their ultimate purpose.
It's an archaeological expedition. They've told you that for sure. They are
Yeah,
interested
we
in
still
what...
don't know their ultimate purpose.
Well,
That
of course.
could mean, frickin', I want to find out what they ate, to I want to go down to
Of
the
course.
depths of hell and
That's right.
unlock, the beast of many tentacles or whatever.
Right.
Who knows? Archaeology covers a wide range of shit.
Yeah, exactly. We're house flippers. We want to try to see if we can make a quick buck on
Hey, temple flippers, first
lot
of
of
all.
lot of
let's
rental
get it right.
properties.
Yes. We feel there's vast upscaling possibilities for
This
the
is
ruins
more
of
of a
Seer.
Yeah.
tabernacle.
Property taxes are low.
Look, I'm seeing more of a ziggurat vibe here. I'm not going to lie.
Ooh. This place has a history.
Anyways, yes. Okay. And she said that was found just in the Gray.
Well, yes, but supposedly not too far from their ultimate destination.
And that's perfect. That's thank you, because again, Alarian would know that, but 3 weeks later, I do not remember it.
Okay.
And so I addressed Giselle directly. Yes, that destination. You mentioned it's a capital city. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned that's fine. Because again, this is Alarian knowledge versus player remembrance. But you seemed a little scant on the details of what you hope to find there, or what you're looking for. So maybe you could elaborate.
And she nods and she says, "Well, and she kind of sighs a little bit, and she says, "The ruins of the past hold the key to the future, and I have long believed that under the circumstances that we often face, the difficulties of combat and so on, that we may find a way to understand our history, if we understand our future, if we understand what happened in the past. Not to put too fine a point on it, we would like to find out what exactly happened on the day of the morning. What created that accident? Was it an accident? Was it deliberate? And what was the impact of those around it? In some ways, our learning about the effects of these things could save lives in the future. But I am what we would call an anthropological archaeologist. I am interested in discovering what the effect was on the people, and based on that effect, to be able to return to Moorgrave and start, as part of my studies and research, to determine ways that we might in the future avoid such a calamity. We cannot do it by rumor and vague suspicion. We can only do it by, I think, direct exploration and investigation.
So while she's talking, I was keeping an eye on Mia Tanton just to make sure, because I'm actually curious how
Same.
he's taking
Like every
her little
wince, she's like,
speech.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no again, so
Yeah,
it couldn't have been that bad.
No, but he
necessarily.
is casting, and every time something like any piece of it comes up,
Flare.
the dragon marks flare, and there's like a little bit of lightning through the casting, and it keeps going up and rolling around his goggles.
Ooh, neat.
And just
Okay.
Slick.
Second, Arv, even though Valerian's not that great at this, do I sense any hint of deception from her?
Actually, that was I wanted to do an insight on what she's saying.
I will take insight checks from both of you.
Okay. Well, let's...
I'm keeping an eye on Mia Tanton.
I didn't mean. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's gonna suck anyways. Never mind.
Am I going to believe in you?
Not with a 1. No.
that's the point of believing in you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I guess you could do that. Yes. Believe in me
Don't
then.
stop believing.
All right. And I'll take it off advantage to roll normally. There we go.
Yeah, I will
Okay,
believe in you. I only got a
okay.
6.
16.
Well, still better than my 12.
Yeah, Alarian, you're kind of like, well,
I mean, she said, look, the way you deliver that, she sounds sincere, so I'm willing to believe her.
and you
This
know,
actually sounds like something a archaeologist slash
She's a good person
academic.
or a bad person.
exactly.
But don't worry, I've got my final capstone coming up in just a moment.
Nisiana, you think that your sense is that she is indeed interested in finding out the root of what created the morning. You don't know whether the reasons about why she wants to find that out are accurate, like maybe, but it does seem a little sort of like, I mean, you know, the morning happened years ago, right? We call this the last war, and the last war didn't happen last month. So it's a little odd that, you know, maybe only now they're looking into it, but on the other hand, obviously
Look,
a lot of people
grants are hard to get at.
Well,
Margrave.
right.
It takes time.
Listen, you know,
Application, and you
academia,
gotta
I know that
defend it.
people in chat are going to believe that academics move at the speed of light. I'm here to
Lane
tell
Wind
you.
has to approve it.
Yeah, I mean, right. There are multiple levels of bureaucracy. You got to take
now
it by
we know who
sky
had her
sled. I
killed,
mean, like,
'cause
you
they
know.
just popped in here now. Like she's like, oh, my grant's approved.
I mean, a lot of them have just figured out what a sending stone actually means. They had to explain it to the tenured faculty. It's been rough, you know, like these things happen. So I speak from no personal experience at all.
It's cutthroat in more ways than one.
Sure. No, it's more. I'm doing okay. This is so funny to me. So quick, like 10-second sidebar. I am having to do a set of trainings. They have all the staff in, you know, faculties at universities do a variety of different trainings, and one of these trainings has to do with various aspects of avoiding particular forms of harassment and also like language that would, you know, harmful language, microaggressions and all that. Very useful info, good information to have. But as I'm going through it and they're going through all these details, I'm just thinking about some of my older colleagues, okay? And I'm just thinking about some of them and being like, I bet this is very interesting as they're there with their like comically over large headphones or blasting it through speakers or something, right? And I just have this image of being like, I wonder if this particular person whose name I won't say, what is he thinking right now as he's looking at all this stuff? I don't know. Anyway, it's very funny. So, yeah, no. So Nisiana, but you do feel that she seems to be legitimate about that is what she's trying to gather information about, is what created the morning for whatever reason.
That's what I'll put is.
Yeah.
She really does want to find out what created the morning. I can't tell her reason.
Yeah.
It's true.
Thank you, Dragon Spear, for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to come back to you in a minute, Rowan.
Just okay. So no, that's okay. I'm leading up to my big thing here.
Okay.
Hold on. I just got to figure out. I can't remember how long.
Valerian elevates in the air.
takes.
I accuse you of.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like that.
Okay.
And so I nod, and I technically believe her.
Right.
And then I extend a hand towards the tent that Rowan had discovered and says, I see. And I suppose the bone being in that tent there is to assist us or you with finding out what caused the mourning.
There is dead silence except for my son. So hold on a second. 1 second.
Oh my God, the bone being's loose among you. Oh.
I'm gonna pee again. This works perfectly. I found a Cheeto in the couch.
That would be eaten already. You don't need to announce it.
By the way,
Nisiana,
12 minutes.
Merimi would like ping you and say like, I don't know what's about to happen here, but I'll keep an eye on Tent and stay close to Ilarion just in case.
Yep, gonna lay all those cards on the table whether they want them to be done or not.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Not here. Pop Aura of Life and then turn undead. Those are two good things.
Perfect.
I was putting my headphones
buddy.
back on. Yeah, my son. Also, my daughter's over there too. My whole it's all the kids. There you go. Little R,
hello.
Mini R. Say hello to Tiny Tim right there, and Little R there is going to be Scrooge in A Christmas Carol next
Oh,
week. There you
nice.
go, there you go.
Nice, you got
Awesome.
this.
So it's going to be great. They are
Awesome.
nice, excited, stressed. Yeah, well, you'll be fine. So
It'll be
okay,
great.
they will. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So,
Absolutely.
okay, what I heard was turn Aura of Life and turn undead, and I was like, wait a minute, did
I
things
was
just
not
escalate in the last 10
pre-planning,
seconds?
Nothing to worry about. No,
Basically, I'm warning
no.
everybody I have about 10 minutes until I have to go.
Right.
Whoever
Yeah.
Jaegers me, start with
Yeah.
Aura of Life. And then
You missed.
Gotcha.
You missed a fireball that Rowan sent.
I know. I clearly I was
The
good.
attention be in flames.
Okay,
And,
so when
anyway,
you do,
And
Yes.
I will say at least this time Fireball was not the first idea.
That's exactly right.
Was.
It was all a fire.
So we're going to talk
So-
about so you point over at the tent with the
Uh-huh.
bone beast, and while
Yep.
that conversation has been happening, Rowan, you've been looking at the back of this being. What would you like to do with this? Are you going to go check another tent? Are you going to miss it, and then run away from the tent? Like, what are you going to do actually about this?
Check all the tent.
I mean, do we want to check all of the tents? If I walk away from this tent, it is no longer in any of our life. It's what is in the tent is no longer in anyone's life.
Well, in the text, actually, Ilarion asked you to hold your position a minute longer,
right,
and
yes,
that was
I'm
in
going
the
to wait.
within the minute. That's when they said what they said. So if
Uh-huh.
something's about to happen, I, Ilarion, want you there to strike from behind. Let's be honest.
No,
in
yeah,
case,
I'm gonna
in
wait.
case it goes that direction. So what is her answer? Since he's going to stay right where he is.
Well, but I need to know what Rowan. Okay, is Rowan just literally just staying there the whole time then, just looking at the?
holding
Yeah, I
position.
basically said, Rowan, hold your
Gun
position
drawn.
just a minute longer. When we move, you'll know it. And
Yeah.
Ilarion pitched that loud enough so Rowan could hear it.
Okay. When you sort of sort of put your hand out towards that, dead silence. So everyone just sort of stares at you, and you just hear the kind of crackling of the fire, in front of you, and Giselle just sort of stares at you, and then is like, "You seem to have made certain assumptions about the nature of my expedition and those who work with me. I imagine that is the reason that one of your number is now missing," as she sort of stares at the empty space previously occupied by Rowan. And she says,
Hold on.
yeah, okay,
Minor illusion.
okay, what's it going to be?
I re-emerged from the exact same path that I actually walked. I just kind of re-emerged somewhere around here.
You're rebuttoning your pants like you had just wanted
Yes.
out to relieve yourself.
I-
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, unfortunately, there was nowhere else to take care of business.
I would like a deception check. I would like
Oh,
a
God.
deception check.
I hate to be a dork about this, but it says you can only create a sound or an item. You cannot duplicate
Sound or an
him.
image.
But it doesn't. It says
Hold on.
chair, money footprints, or a small chest. It doesn't say a person.
Well, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm
Maybe-
misunderstanding. I thought, are you
Ah.
making a minor illusion of yourself doing that? Because no, you can't do that. I thought you were using that to
I
cover.
cannot do.
Yeah.
Fair.
I thought you were
sorry,
covering over
sorry.
like step, and then you like show up or whatever. Which you.
I
could-
mean,
you could
the
do that.
sound of urination could work in the distance, I suppose. I'm just saying.
Be some loud urination, man. I don't know.
Or the snapping of twigs of somebody coming back in from over there.
I see one of you have taken the time to relieve yourself based on the waterfall I hear in the distance. Like it's just like,
I mean, it could very well just be the sound of me shouting back. I'm sorry. I will be back in a moment.
I
The
mean,
enchiladas were bad. I'm sorry.
and do you remember how many of those horrible drinks those people bought for us in that bar?
Don't get the combo platter at the bar.
Yes, the sound of the worst diarrhea you've ever
oh
experienced.
God Almighty!
I'm
Okay,
gonna play my
Arv,
lute louder.
Arv, please sub in the dinner scene from Blazing Saddles,
Oh,
and then we're all good.
no,
Yep,
jeez.
exactly.
Uh-huh.
Oh dear God.
This is right when Jen has to leave us.
I know.
You know, so
Yeah.
it's-
Yeah.
Jen wants to leave us.
Jen's like, I'm leaving.
Here.
Okay, jokes aside, what sound are you actually trying to make, Ron? Like,
Right,
I mean,
yes. It is the sound of me calling back in the group that I will return shortly.
okay, I want that deception check then.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to do this at -1. You are not present. You're asking a lot from sound.
That's what
Wow, look at you. Apparently, Rowan came to play today.
yeah.
Yeah. I was born to deception. Born from it. Okay.
Molded in it.
I was born. Okay. So so you do that, and actually, I have to make a roll. Hold on. Just give me a second here as I
I'm
make
gonna
a
keep
roll.
an eye
Inside
to
of
see if she
30
falls for
plus.
it. I want to keep an eye on her to see if she falls for it.
Okay. Let's see.
And it said
Nope.
5 minutes before she has to run.
Yep. So she sort of like settles slightly, and she says, I see. Well, wherever your companion has gone, and whatever you think is or is not within the tent, I can assure you that what is working for me and with me, and whom is working for me and with me, is not really related to our conversation insofar as it affects our mission. Admittedly, some of these creatures may be manipulated. You've given me that information about our pack animals. You asked if we could fight before. Perhaps you may trust that I have made arrangements to make sure that we will be well defended in the event such a thing happens. Now, I don't think you need an insight check to tell that she's ticked off.
Good.
Well, and I'll lean in then. I'll lean forward and I'll say, we appreciate all of that, but you have to understand that you're asking us to trust you and you're not giving us the entire situation, the entire image of what's happening. We need to know if you're prepared for what's coming up and what you're actually going to do before we know if we can trust you and we want to ally ourselves in any capacity with you. We're not some scholars that you're going to fool with some swift moves and beautiful imagery. We are soldiers, we're veterans, we've been into great more times than we care to repeat. So you either be honest with us and tell us everything, or we walk.
And Tanton's casting
Yeah.
completes, and the goggles flare, and he stands up and he looks at each of the things that detect magic active.
Okay, each of the things meaning that
Every single one of the tents, the carts, the horses,
Okay.
everything. Because I mean, anything magical is glowing to him,
Okay,
and he can tell the.
okay.
No, that's identical.
Check that sigil, that tablet. Too. If you
Oh,
weren't going to.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the tablet is definitely radiating some magic. The each of the horses is definitely radiating magic. You're obviously getting magic radiation off of the lanterns. That's reasonable. And the tents are each radiating magic as well, something internal to the tents, presumably. And, of course, you get magic radiations from your companions and certainly from Jazal. And by the way, when those sort of marks like goes off right at the same time, wait a minute. Honey, maybe not on my books. Like,
Yes, don't pee on the books.
he wants to
give
bring
him
over a chair so we can listen to him, which is
Don't
fine.
give
He's
him
like,
ideas.
let me do
just
this,
saying.
So there's that, and when the dragon marks go off, so that everyone can
And
see.
the school of magic.
Yes. That's a good question. So let's see.
Yes, finally.
Finally.
Thanks, Dad.
Agreed.
We've all been thinking the exact same thing.
All right, let's see.
Well,
Then you watching your time?
Yeah, I am. I'm
Okay.
basically going to say goodnight now. I'm
Okay.
just going to close the thing. Whoever's Jaegering me, start with Aura of Life. Go to turn undead if it looks like it's supposed to. And you know who in order. Merime is first. She's the top one to keep alive.
And then bring Rowan back when he gets knocked out.
When? No, when, not if. When.
Good luck at the reading,
HP,
Jen.
everyone.
Yeah, have fun.
No HP.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Okay, so, Tantin, in answer to your question, every one of the horses radiates necromantic magic.
No.
Shocking. So does the tent from in behind which Rowan is standing. There is also what might be described from the lanterns you get enchantment. And from inside the tents, you get abjuration. And in particular, most strongly, here.
But it's in all of the other three?
Yes, but
Okay.
but definitively from the most, by far from there. And when you do that, when you sort of say that in flair, she kind of stands up, and her three, they all stand up, and she says, "What exactly do you think you're doing?"
And the tablet.
The tablet. This is one of those. All of the above. No.
The magic known as world shattering.
Divination. Faint, though.
So she stands up and says that, and then Alarian, who again, by the way, remember, is not sat down, is still standing.
Right.
Always been standing through this whole thing.
He's still
Looks at her and says, for an academic, you have a very either poor or short memory. I'm not sure which. And if she looks at him, or me,
Well,
I
yeah.
say, remember I said earlier, trust is paramount. Well, for us, it is trust, but verify. Now, this is twice that you have either misdirected or withheld what could be important information on this mission. I assure you there will not be a third time. As my compatriot has asked, lay out everything you have at your disposal, because we need to know what may be at our disposal as well, and why it is here, or this conversation is at an end.
She looks at you very seriously and says, "Then it is at an end. I apologize if I have led you in the wrong direction, and I thank you for the information you have given me. But I am afraid that there are some boundaries beyond which I am unwilling to push. You may have a good evening." And she sort of
Very
stands
well.
up with the rest of them.
Yep. Oh yeah. I'm already heading out of the firelight and tossed back over my shoulder. If Margrave University wishes us to recover your bodies, I'm sure they'll let us know. And I'm out.
Okay.
I'm gonna stare at her and ask her one more question.
Okay.
Now I'll pause here in case there is going to be still trouble. But
Valerian leaves and does not hear the.
I'm gonna take out my sword.
then the University Assassins. Ah!
I'm curious
That's
if
all-
you've
that's
ever
all
felt
class.
this pointy point of the sword. No.
Right? I'm gonna ask her, did you know Flamewind?
And she nods and she says, I did. And it was deeply saddening to hear that Flamewind may no longer be with us. I would like to carry on her legacy of gathering knowledge. But as your companion has made clear, there are limits that you are unwilling to accept, and thus I bid you a good evening.
Thank you for the lovely ale. And I'll turn around and leave. I'll
Okay.
follow Larry, and I'll make sure that my sister's coming with me. I'll make sure that Mia
Yeah.
Tanton is also coming, of course.
Indeed.
Okay. All right, so is Tantan, are you and Nissan? Okay, so you're all leaving. Rowan, what about you? Because you still have not technically reemerged yet.
Yes.
Oh.
My mind illusion continues to
need.
make sounds of having the worst food poisoning on earth.
Okay.
And then I emerge from this corner and I go, oh, I guess that's it then. And I walk towards Illyrian.
Okay.
While that's happening, investigation check on the tent to see if I can see inside it from here without any further effort.
Well, I can tell you, okay, one thing I can tell you for sure I'll just give you that for free. You're not going to be able to see inside the tent unless you make an effort, but you could, theoretically, when you get past here, you could, duck your head in, assuming there's a flap back there like there was for this one. You could...
What knives are for.
I mean, yeah, theoretically.
It's called making one. Mia Tanton, are you... Oh, you did join us. Okay, never mind. And then, do we have control of Merriman? No, I'm sorry, Nisiana. We can move her down too.
Sienna,
Oh, I can.
Marie, you're
temporary
Jaegering her,
control,
right?
yeah, I can Jaeger her.
Yeah, okay, it's just... Yeah.
Give me just
Either
one
one.
second. Let me make sure.
So as Tanton is following Illyrian, Spanner is walking behind him, but Spanner is walking backwards. And he's just staring at everyone.
I wish that he made a big sound, so it was like roots, roots, roots.
You remember the original Battlestar Galactica, the sort of that Muffet made when he walked around? That's not.
Are
what
you
it sounds
saying?
like.
Are you saying he can't rotate his head 360 like an owl and just turn his head while he's walking forward?
He's
and his
not
head's looking backward.
Bobo. This isn't Clash of the Titans.
Put that on a ball joint. Come on, man.
So as you're doing this, I've given you control, Marie.
Okay.
Of
Yeah.
I gave it to
Well-
Marie. I gave it to Marie because that's what you said, but I can also give it to
Yes.
Larry, like whoever. That doesn't matter.
No. Marie's got it.
Okay,
It's all good.
so
and we leave. Yeah, we leave. the
okay,
tent.
so now Rowan, are you doing that? Are you making the knife, the quick knife
am.
attempt? Okay, go ahead then and make. Let's go with stealth, and then see if anyone notices, and then we'll go with investigation.
I'm gonna try to maneuver in such a way that I'm kind of helping to block where Rowan is.
Okay.
18.
It seems like no one's noticing you initially, so now I will ask you to make an investigation check here.
Investigation.
What you don't realize is
No,
the
not
tent is-
intimidation.
I know. What did I? Hold
Gonna
on.
intimidate the
Listen,
hell out of that
Listen,
tent
Tent, it's you and me.
Well,
The tent
no,
is
that's
made of
not what
living
I
leather,
wanted.
and when you cut into it,
That's right. You know what? Actually, I'm sorry about the investigation. Jokes aside about the intimidation, I don't need to give you that yet because all you're doing is looking inside it, which you don't
Well,
have to
yeah.
do with it. So that's yeah. So let me reveal. Blagothkus, no. What you see here is there is a large folding table inside the tent, and you can see, Rowan, that there are maps here, and they look like maps and pages torn from books, and a couple of what pages, one of them which might be a letter. Now, I will tell you that they are theoretically within range if you were to, you can't just like sweep up all of them off the table, but you could, if you wish, try to sneak in, grab something, like one or two things, and then leave. Depending on the number of things you try to grab, it will make your check more difficult to see if you can get out before someone notices. But there's no one in the tent at the moment, so you could do that if you wish.
Yeah, I want to take because it looks like there are like maps or other documents there. I want to take whatever.
Okay.
Is,
There's
whatever
definitely,
seems
like-
to be the largest open document on it.
Okay, I was going to say because there's what looks like what I can tell you about is there's what looks like two big maps. There are several pages torn from books, and there is what looks like a letter on top of all that. Letter, pages from books, and then underneath it are big maps. Oh, go ahead, Mermaid.
Yes. The letter is my goal. Actually, the letter actually tells us the most valuable information you could possibly glean. Also,
come back.
I have mage hand.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Mermaid, go ahead.
Just as I went around, I would have pinged you, Rowan, knowing what you're gonna do. And I would have pinged you and said, "Do you want to be invisible?"
That would be grand, actually.
Awesome. So I cast invisibility, and Ilarion also asked if they could be invisible. So as soon as they're out of line of sight, I cast invisibility on both Ilarion and Rowan.
Got you. Okay.
And then I tell.
Like, oh.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. And then I tell Rowan, have some fun. You did great before, and I give you 1d10 of inspiration, Rowan.
Okay.
And I did tell everybody what sources of magic I've detected in there. So
Okay. Now, so Rowan, you got. So here's the way it works. Letter, that's one check. I'll put it this way. So you have letter, you have pages from books. That's 2 pages that'll count as 1 item, and then the maps. So letter is 1 check. Letter plus basically 1 item is 1 check. 2 items is another more difficult check, and the 3 items is the most difficult check. So the question is, what are you going for? 1, 2, or 3, basically?
I am going for the letter and a map.
A map. Okay. A map. Great. I know what it's going to be.
I'm impressed by your self-restraint. I
If
must
I cast
say.
that spell while invisible, I will lose my invisibility.
Yeah. Yes.
Cool.
Which means, that also means can't do Mage Hand, right?
unless he did it first.
It's a cantrip, but unless that cantrip.
No, cantrip wouldn't. Cantrip would still affect things, but you're right. If you cast it first, then I don't think it matters. Well, let's put it this way. I don't think the Mage Hand is in. Well, the Mage Hand wouldn't be invisible, right? Because the Mage Hand, I think,
No, it wouldn't be.
it will be separate. So it's just this disembodied hand. That's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
Okay,
Perfect.
Rowan. So let me have you make a dexterity check, or actually, no, sleight of hand. That's actually perfect for this.
If it
Light
was,
of
if it
mage
was Weller,
hand.
if it was Weller, the mage hand would be invisible.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
he's not. So
That's right.
While he's doing that, the 3 of us remaining that are visible will keep walking away, and I'll just say like, we won't stay too far, but at 140 feet, good luck. We're out of range. Scream real loud.
slowly walk away from the explosion.
So while this is happening,
Yeah. What are you doing, Ilarion?
I take to the air and go up 50 feet and move back over, and I'm invisible. Move
Okay.
back over the fire so I can eavesdrop on what they may be saying.
Outstanding. Wow. Jesus.
Good lord!
Brandon, what the frick?
Okay, there could be-
26.
He
with
cannot
his
be in
sleight of hand.
combat because all his rolls are going to
I
suck
know, it's like
because they're all being used here.
one. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
gravy. Yeah, listen,
Right.
that's
Damn!
Just to the letter.
yeah, okay. Right. So that wait,
I
you said
immediately take that mage hand, I take the letter, I put it back out of the hole, and I ask someone to hold that.
that.
for
So
me.
you're gonna get the letter, and you're gonna get the map. Now I'm
Right,
gonna
I'm
ask.
now getting the map.
I'm gonna ask you to roll a 1d4, please, because you did not specify. You're just grabbing a map.
Okay.
For those of you at home, he rolled a 26 on that sleight of hand.
Jeez.
Yes, I think I said that, didn't I? I think this time
I missed it. If
Yeah,
you
I
did.
think. Okay.
It's
So
3 on a 1d4, not
Yeah,
3 on a d20.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, just for the people at home.
all right, so you grab a map, you bring it out with you along with the letter, and I'm going to tell you what you see there. Then I'm going to come back to Ilarion with the whole eavesdropping thing. Okay. And how far away are Tantin, Merime, Nisiana, Spanner, and Rowan going from the camp? Like, I mean, I assume you're not just going 50 feet and then stopping and
By this point, we're
hiding in the
probably
bush.
en route.
Like 100 feet. Not in
but
row.
you're still moving while
We're still moving, but we're gonna try to stop at 120 feet because I want to stay in contact if I can.
okay. Yeah, because there's
I got
also
140 feet. So
I'm also trying to think about the fact because he's up in the air too, or they're up in the air
I think
too.
I will be out of range by the
Yeah.
time I reach my 50-foot rate, which is fine.
I would think.
I'm also staying back here to guard to make sure that Rowan gets out in one piece.
So it doesn't really matter, Merime, at that point, because you, as far as being in range with them, you can be in range with Rowan, but Rowan is coming out now. So
I'll just stick with Rowan and then kind of.
I already gave Merime what I was going to do anyway, so she knows the plan is for me to meet them back in town.
okay. Two things. First of all, Rowan, when you get this stuff out of the tent and you look at, well, actually, which one you want to look at? You got the map and you got the letter.
I'm not going to look at those until I get back outside. Can I look at something?
Oh no, you're
in the
outside.
room?
Oh, well, I
Oh, I've
figured.
gotten back outside?
Yeah, because that was assuming you were getting the check and leaving, because I think that's what you told me you
Right,
wanted to
yes,
do. So
cool. Yes. All right. I'm going to look at the letter first then.
okay. I believe I have.
My
a
darling
handout.
Martha. Oh, sorry.
Yes. Dear sir, your cable bill has not been paid.
No, your lightning rail bill is in arrears.
Your application to pursue a degree at Norgate University has been denied.
Oh man, have you tried HelloFresh? Because we, yes, baby. What? Oh, none of them. Those are actually those are people that are there at the camp, but I kind of play those. These are the rest.
And we just pissed them off, or at least the leader.
Yeah, these ones are all of the party members. That's the guy that I just showed you with that crazy skeletal armor, and these are the other people. You don't know if they're bad guys or not. They're just different people.
They're
than
bad
this.
guys.
You don't know that they're bad
They're
guys.
certainly very suspicious.
They're
That's for
suspicious
damn
guys.
sure.
Because
Maybe.
we haven't gotten in combat with them doesn't mean they're
Doesn't
not
mean they're
bad.
nice guys. All right, I'm going to show you this handout.
Little they're suspicious academics.
They're
You carry that
suspicious
with
academics,
you.
that's right.
That's right.
Okay. Rowan, since you have this, if you would not mind, I would like you please to read this. Chat, you can see some of it on the screen. And I gave it to you as a handout in Roll20, if you wouldn't mind, Brenda.
Yes. Jizol, I trust this letter finds you having arrived safely in salvation. Alas, our excavations beneath Metrol have been temporarily halted. It seems the armory is sealed behind a ward of immense power. Millions of restless spirits bound within Kaiba dragon shards. Kaiba? Okay, alright, cool, I just allow it. This seal was planted long ago by the gatekeepers and is bound to Dolur, the realm of the dead. If broken, the consequences are unknowable, possibly catastrophic. In our haste to reach the symbionts, we could accidentally tear apart the boundaries between planes. Near the seal, we found tiles and tablets bearing arcane sigils. So far, I've been able to interpret most of them, but the meaning of the one accompanying this letter continues to elude me. It could be Dwarven, as I recall seeing this mark in a tome I studied during my tenure in the Moor Holds. We must find out the meaning of the sigil before our enemies do. I am convinced that it is the key to unlocking the secrets of this place. I need you to help research its meaning. For my own part, I'll send agents to the Moor Holds to investigate further. If you can, enlist the help of a dwarf artificer. Whoever deciphers this sigil could get us inside the armory, or use its secrets to foil all our plans. We need those symbionts. For the sake of all our work, that sigil must not fall into enemy hands. Every knee shall bend before the Order of the Emerald Claw. Trezul.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, damn it, I can't hear this either. Son of a
Nope.
gun. Shoot.
So that's the letter that you have. The map is what looks to be a map of a city, maybe. But you're not familiar with it, Rowan. You don't know what city this is. Maybe your companions do, but you're not familiar with what this map might be of. But it looks to be of a city, and it looks to be almost like just plans, like house plans of what the city would look like, interiors and things like that.
Does it look like a map that is dated far before the war?
Yes.
Dear.
Welp. I put the map away.
Okay.
In fact, no. Who is closer to me, Ilarion or Tantin?
Definitely not Ilarion. He's 60 feet in the air and up over the fire.
Wait, but they're 100 feet away. Technically, I am the one closest to him. Because they're 100 feet away, I'm only 60 feet in the air, right over here.
No, because
I'm right. Hold on. I'm right. He's there. I actually here, 50 feet up. I would be the closer one.
I'm the one connecting telepathically to you, Rowan, so you know where I am.
Right. That's the thing. I mean, Alarian, you would not. I mean, you're up in the air.
I can't hear any of this conversation.
Right,
because
that's what I'm saying.
I'm not linked to her.
Yeah,
right.
and
In
you're
terms of
invisible.
distance, you may be
But-
closer, but you're up in the air and you're invisible.
I know, but he's just asking
Yeah.
who's closer, me or Tanton.
Yeah, but
So
well,
I think he's going to reach out to one of us. That's my point.
yeah. I mean, I
So-
guess it's up to what Rowan
I
wants to
mean,
do.
what's Brandon going to do?
My
Yeah,
my
exactly.
guess is that
Right.
Rowan would look at something that you can see, but you know,
Right,
you tell me.
noted. With that in mind, assuming then that assuming simply based on what I can see, that Tanton would be able to, that I am still far away enough that Tanton will not see what I do with the thing. I put away the map.
Okay.
And I'm holding the folded letter in my hand, and I'm trying to catch up to Merime.
Okay. And to be clear, when you read that out, you were reading it out for the benefit of us, the audience, and of course your party members, but not you were reading it to yourself, yes? Or were you reading it through the through the link?
Mind link.
The mind link.
I was reading it through the mind link.
Okay.
When I engage with text in the mind link, I'm assuming everyone can see what I see.
I'm
I
gonna-
don't think you can see it, but they can hear what you're
Well,
reading,
yeah.
you know, that kind of thing for
Mhm.
sure.
Well, yeah, that they can hear me read what I am reading.
Yeah.
Essentially. Yeah.
I'm going to ask Nisiana and Tanton if they want to stay back, and I'm going to cast invisibility in myself and go forward just so I can connect with Alarian again
Okay.
to make sure that he knows that it's the Emerald Claw, because things have just gotten a lot more serious.
For my
Oh,
benefit,
yeah.
for my benefit, Rowan, can you then move down closer to where Tanton is, and Merime, can you take the spot like close to where Rowan is? I'm guessing because that, yeah, exactly.
And I'm just so you know, I am marking off my spell slot, so I've just used one invisibility on myself.
Okay, nice to meet you. And you used invisibility on them too, right?
Yeah, so I used a level 3 so I could cast it on 2 people, and I just used a level 1 on myself, a level 2 on myself,
Lovely,
so that I
got it.
could cast it once, just so you know.
Okay. All right. So Alarian, when you were floating over the campfire there, and there's sort of they've sort of been staring, all still standing, and staring off where the rest of your party has disappeared. And then Garrick says, "I think you gave them too much information." And Giselle says, "I doubt it. Our point was always to see if we could gather the information that anyone might lead us to. And they've given me enough to know that there's something valuable there one way or the other. Worst comes to worst, they'll follow us. If they do, we'll make sure that they stop following us when we need them to. In the meantime, we need to step up things. We need to have this camp cleared out as soon as we can. Expedition has to head out this evening." And one of the others says, "Well, if we're going to do that, we're going to have to make sure that we clear things, you know, for example, things within." And she cuts him off and says, "I know that. Make sure that you pack everything up. I'll take care of my own tent. We have to be out of here within a half hour." And they all sort of nod. Yes, Mermaid.
Just so you know, good point by Tren here. I can't cast invisibility on myself because it would cut concentration on my first spell. I'm going to maintain my first spell, and I'm just going to stealth in.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, thanks, Trent. That's right.
Yeah.
Because invisibility is concentration. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, so apologies for that. I should have caught that. But so I'm just going to go because I wouldn't
Go ahead and make a
sacrifice
stealth check
Alarian.
then. Yep.
Okie dokie. I'm going to do great.
That's right.
Yes, you are. Bark, bark.
Okay, normal, stealth.
Whoa.
No.
It was floating,
Oh,
it was floating on that too.
Oh, okay.
27. Yeah.
Ooh.
Man, you all were just like,
He
we're going
wants
to...
us so badly to get into no combat whatsoever. And
I mean,
It sounds
I
like you've
think
won
I
Dungeons and
know.
Dragons. Like, that's what it sounds like. It seems like you've won the game. Congratulations. Okay. So, yeah.
you know,
So
I'll talk about shadows.
Yeah,
you
the
know.
27, I mean, you move up
Uh-huh.
very silently. And so now you're connected telepathically to Alarian. So Alarian, you hear this thing about her saying that she's going to
Yes,
take care
so
of the
once
tent.
she fills me in,
And she starts
then-
moving towards, after she says that, Giselle, they all sort of head off to the wagons. And, and she heads directly towards her tent.
so, and then I say to you, I think I just answered my own question. But we need to regroup and see how we're going to do this. So I will then leave. I'll just go up 60 feet more, come back, and then scan the ground till I see you guys. I'll have to come down and find you. And then I know you're heading to the south. I'm assuming you guys are going to keep heading to the south, so I will regroup with you, broadcasting to you that I'm leaving, regroup with the others.
Okie dokie.
Tanton and Spanner are making sure to make enough noise that it sounds like we're still moving away.
Perfect.
Like
Even though
big
you're just
footsteps
marching
in the
in
same
Exactly.
spot.
Exactly.
Kong, kong, kong.
Crunch,
I mean,
crunch, crunch.
Spanner can like wander a little further away and what.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
So-
And Mary May, you were having stealthed up to hear that. You were then going to follow, go back the other direction, right, to stay in contact with your fellow.
Yeah, because I heard Alarian say that he's heading back, so I'm gonna head back too.
Okay.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
All right. So, and are you all now, as you're speaking, moving with? Are you moving at all?
Once
Are you
everyone
moving
gets
with
together-
some pace? Yeah. Are you moving at all? Are you moving with some pace? Or are you stopping?
Stop. No, we're stopping because they're leaving in a half hour. Are we going to fall upon them, kill the other three, and capture what's her face to interrogate her, or are we actually going to follow them and see what they're up to? As soon as I heard Emerald Claw, I'm for stopping this, and also once I will ask to take a look at the letter to read it, and I'm like, this can't happen. So the question is, how do we want to address this? How do we want to deal with these people?
Okay. So
And
you give Alarian the letter, Rowan. Okay. Go ahead.
I just
Mary
want to scan it real quick, so I read it, then I hand it back to him. Like, this cannot stand.
I asked
What do we do?
Mia Tanton, do you have further insight into what they're discussing with?
I'm showing the letter again to everybody.
I'm just, and then Mary May is like, she doesn't know how to ask the question. but you know what she's trying to ask.
Yeah.
But
There is one bit of information I can give you just before you answer that, Tanton, based upon your own knowledge as an artificer, and that is that you know two things. One, that dwarf artificers are found in the Mror holds,
Yep.
and two, you all know a dwarf artificer who went to the Mror holds. Yes, exactly. And there are ways to get in contact with that person without having to go there necessarily, if you want to do that. I'm mentioning that not to lead you in one way. It's because this is something you would know as an artificer. In fact, specifically, artificers have a benefit on this. So, sorry, Ron.
What are we talking about again?
What?
The dwarf artificer. Who's the dwarf artificer? Because I can't remember his name either.
he's the
Soul
one
Ring.
who did it. Yeah.
Oh,
Soul
yeah.
Ring.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
Who was
right.
the one who
I
you
knew
saved, remember? And, yeah. Yeah, Soul Ring.
I mean, he
Okay,
went
cool.
back to try to figure out where the Oracle of Bones could possibly be.
I mean, geez, I guess a human artificer is just not good enough for them. God.
Well, the proof's in the pudding. Tanton hasn't managed to destroy this damn thing yet.
Fair. That's a fair point. Yeah.
Because if he could, it'd be gone.
We both.
Things worth considering from someone who has gone on suicide cons before. All of the information we have now is not information that we can act upon. If we follow them, the knight covered in bones is gonna kill us. And there's no guarantee that we can actually catch them alive in order to get any information from them. And somebody else is already acting on their behalf anyway. And we're not going to get to the Morholds in time to stop Trezul from doing whatever Trezul is doing. So
Yes.
I feel like our only best option is to either learn what this thing is before they do, and then figure out a counter for that thing, or somehow fool Trezul into learning that he's already gotten the thing that he's actually not getting.
Okay.
Which is a risk because it also means possibly actually taking these people's job, going into the Mornland, and trying to rig up a MacGuffin in the Mornland to cover for whatever they're looking for.
Okay. Everything you said is technically correct except for one thing. If the enemy does not have that tablet, they can't do whatever the hell it is they want to do. We need to make sure these people don't leave with that tablet in their possession. And if by making sure they don't leave is by leaving their bodies in the dust, I'm all for that.
I mean, there is a arguably much weaker target than them.
Who?
Not who, what? The tablet.
I'm not sure it's going to be that easy to destroy, first of all.
But we can take it and leave.
Yes,
Or
exactly.
put it or take it somewhere where no one could get it anyway. Which, for the record, I'm
that
just going to
works.
say is still a possibility for the Oracle of something. Anytime we decide that is valuable.
Something that with that strong a signature will inevitably be found. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday.
So you
We're
want
only staving off the inevitable with that.
Fair enough. So, options. We forge this stone, we destroy this stone, or we get to the Moorholds and deal with Trezul by himself.
I don't want these 4 getting away.
Just
And
for,
since we need to recover the stone off of them, either we use more chicanery or we just figure out an attack plan and go in and dispatch them and get this tablet ourselves. These 4 are dangerous. They are trying to accomplish what he's doing. If we take them out, A, we don't have to worry about them coming up on our backs, and B, we've denied this other, whatever his name was, Torshul or whatever, we've denied him an avenue of achieving what he wants or they want to do.
Which gives us only one other question to possibly answer.
Mhm.
Are we ready to get in a fight tonight? Because if we leave them to go, they're headed straight to the Mournlands. I'm confident of it, and we do not want to fight it. We do not want to fight there.
Oh no, I'm ready to get on. I want them to not leave this place, and we have about 25 minutes to figure out how to make sure that doesn't happen. Because they're leaving in about a half hour. They are packing up right now.
Anton?
yes.
We should stop them. Do you think?
Well, first of all, side thing from Tren. Yeah, Trezul is not in the Moorlands. That's where he's not in the Moorholds. That's where he studied and saw the sigil the first time.
Right.
They are in Metro, not in the Moorholds. So that's just a clarification. Of
The letter
Okay.
does say that he sent agents to Moorholds, but that's something.
Tanton is like, and he kind of looks over at Alarian. He's like, you said leaving their bodies in the dust. I think we should do much worse than that.
We've mostly been reacting to the Emerald Claw. Right now we have the chance to attack first and maybe stop one of their operations from moving so quickly. This might be
Certainly delay or even cripple it.
It would be nice to, not just be stuck reacting to whatever they do and taking action first. But can we take them with all that we know about what they have and who they have with them? If we die, we're of no use to anyone, and the Oracle of War is in trouble.
That has been the case since we started.
I don't disagree.
And literally, that's what Alarian does while he says that.
What symbionts are they talking about? Do you understand what they mean?
And actually, Alarian answers that one. A symbiont is it's not exactly a creature, but it is a being that can be attached to a warforged to enhance their abilities.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
If there are many of them, and say a certain Lord of Blades gets a hold of them, they're already immense powers, especially that of perhaps his lieutenants, become even more dangerous.
So we attack before they get into the gray, then?
Yes, we need to attack them at their camp now. Indeed, I saw them splitting up to go pack. If it is possible, and there may be a way for me to take out at least one of them before the rest can know they're being attacked, we have a good chance at stopping them before they really, get going. And yes, I understand that we're going to risk fighting the Bone Beast, but I'm willing to take that chance.
Rowan, do you...
While that conversation is happening, I immediately give Merime and Ilarian haste.
Okay.
I
need to
think
move
Rowan
quickly,
just
quickly,
gave me the
quickly.
answer.
While they're still talking, I'm just like, Finger guns.
You know what?
It's
I
just-
think.
I think
If Rowan is like doing finger guns, Ted is.
I meant to talk to you about that.
okay.
Well,
So then, okay, and then, so Alarian looks at his then now blurry hand, and says,
If you want
I
to
can-
do something, we should do something now. If they're splitting up, maybe
Give me
each of
1
us can
minute.
Take one.
Give me 1 minute to get in position, and when I start the attack, you will know it. Get as close to the camp as you can.
where are we attacking from? What's our plan of attack here?
Everyone take one. Everyone take one.
I'm going to try to take one out from the start, any outlier as I can. And again, you will know when I start the attack. Get as close as you can, and then try to take out anyone who's not with any of the others. It's divide and conquer here. Okay?
Okay.
And I, again, take off into the air. Arv. This time
Okay.
I'm going up 100 feet.
Okay, are you still invisible or
I
I don't think you
Technically-
are. Well, with Tanto like looking towards the invisible Larian, I don't know if you were.
I don't need to be. No, I don't need to be.
Okay.
You can drop it.
All right.
Okay.
Marie, unless it's easier to keep it up. I think you're going to need it for spellcasting. Just drop it. It's not going to
Yeah,
matter.
I'm gonna drop it and I'm gonna put my I'm gonna
Okay.
use my bonus action as possible.
Okay.
Okay.
So 100 feet up, the fire should still allow me enough illumination to see people moving around.
Okay.
Right, Arv? Or let me know if it's not, and I will descend until I can see more clearly.
Let's see. Right. Okay. So, yeah. I'm sorry. Say that one more time. I apologize. I was.
So 100 feet in the air, I'm saying the fire should still allow me enough light to see, or the lanterns to see people moving around, correct?
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay. I would like to target, if this guy is still doing whatever he's doing, this one right here, right there.
I'm going to show you where everybody is. Yep.
Perfect. That's great. Yeah, move them to where they are right now.
Now I put her in the tent. You don't actually know where she is right
I
now.
know.
But
That's fine.
It's,
That's
an,
fine.
it's an assumption.
Anyone
So,
inside, yeah, she looked like she was heading towards it, but I didn't stick around to watch.
exactly.
Okay, so those two are there. This one is there.
Yep.
Correct?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, then I am actually going to take out... No, I'm going to take out this one. Okay.
For a minute I thought that was actually from like Jen's side. I'm like, oh
But
no.
she's muted.
Yeah,
so
she's
that's-
muted. It's not that. Yeah, I had the same.
No.
He was like,
Okay, so from 100 feet in the air, I go
please tell me
iron.
it's called Death from Above. I just want to make sure.
But I go Iron Titan first, and
Oh.
then Death from Above. For those of you wondering what Iron Titan is, let me tell you.
Yes, please.
And then I pretty much from 100 feet in the air, I'm going to land on him. I may need an inspiration for this.
Well, tell
And
everyone in chat what it is because they can't see the whole thing.
So as your power, as Alarian's powers grow, you can focus on your armor and fully I need to read it here. I can't read from over there. Hang on. Okay, let's try this again. As Alarian's power grows, they can focus on their armor and fully enclose themselves. The Iron Titan ability is one I can use at level 14. When I use Iron Titan, my size increases to large as the enlarged spell has been cast on me. I am now over 15 feet tall, and I weigh 4,000 pounds. And your Aegis, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. Your Aegis gains temporary HP equal to your Aegis level, which is 14. So I'm now at 75. There. I forgot about that. These benefits last for 1 minute or until your Aegis is reduced to 0. Once this is used, I must complete a long rest, or I can spend 3 soul dice, half my dice pool, to do it again.
Okay.
Hopefully, this won't last that long and I won't have to do it again. But Iron Titan on, 4,000 pounds, coming down feet first on this guy. From 100 feet.
Which guy?
This one up here.
Or the flat
there.
one.
Yes, I was going to say the flat one. Yes.
Hopefully. So,
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to make. I'm going to have you make an attack.
right.
Going to have you make an attack roll that is dexterity based, since what you're doing is not actually trying to hit them with strength. You're trying to land on top of the person. Then you're going to do a whole hell of a lot of damage, assuming you do.
Assuming I do. Again, I could really use an inspiration from someone. I'm actually calling out for it because...
If anyone in chat has
Look,
inspiration,
if anyone remembers what I did with the vampire, it'd be nice to have another die. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
well, we can find out and see if chat has one. Yeah, unfortunately, Prince Justin used it to save someone in Beowulf.
Okay, that's fair.
So
Good move, Prince
Tren
Justin.
is currently
Well
stepped
done.
away, so could
I
theoretically do
have
it.
one.
I don't Well, let's find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, check who's got inspiration.
Inspiration. Who? There we go. Let's see.
I
Of
do
the
not.
people that are here, Tren has one. Tren has two. Actually, Tim Coolish has one. I don't know if I saw Nonstop around here.
I thought Shadowed was here.
Shadowed Mage stopped in maybe and said hi. I don't
maybe.
know if he's here right now. But yeah, that's who we have so far. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, the channel point inspirations have been used up for good purpose. That actually helped the Buy the Dice Roll people. So you all have to take it up with these other people.
So why are we talking about inspiration?
Well,
Because
because
I'm asking for one.
because
Oh,
he's
okay.
he's death from aboving on a tank.
As a 15-foot tall giant weighing 2 tons, I'm about to try to reduce this guy into pudding, and he's making me do it at dexterity, which I totally understand. I get it, but I could really use another die.
You know, I love pudding. I will absolutely inspire Larry.
Thank you, Tren. All
Thank
right.
you very much. Yep.
For those of you at
Okay.
home, so Tren is a wonderful supporter of my channel
Right.
for a long time, and people are allowed to inspire others in the party, just not themselves. So that's the rule. And
So
Valerian is not
just to
changing,
double
so.
check, this would be a D20 plus 6, 5 for my proficiency bonus, 1 for my dexterity, correct?
yes, I believe that's right.
Thank you.
I like the
Okay.
idea that you're proficient in crushing people from a distance, but yes.
I mean, look, I've dreamed of it. Well, I don't dream. I've thought about it a lot because I know this is a thing I have. So yeah, I really.
You fantasized about it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Just
Now I get a
imagine
chance
the
to-
squishing sound. That,
Well,
I
you
have.
know. All right. Okay. So I'm going to roll these separately because I don't have a meme for this. I'm just going to do one die, then another one for advantage. Okay. So
okay, sounds good.
roll number 1. Okay, that's pretty good.
17
But-
to 23.
23.
But just in case I get the natural 20,
Mm-hmm.
roll number 2.
Flattery even.
I'm going to take that 23.
You're going to
please.
take the 23 instead.
Yeah, I'm going to take the 23.
That, so yes, you're going to hit. I would like you to roll 4d10 for bludgeoning damage to this person.
It's not 10d6 for falling damage?
No, because you're not, well, if you're going to fall, then you are going to be taking
you're
damage
right.
also.
No, you're right,
Assuming
right.
you are
Yeah.
directing your,
You know what?
drop.
40-10 is perfectly acceptable.
I'm glad to hear it.
No, that's all good. It's all good. Okay, not with d6. No bonus. There's no real strength here. It's just plus.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
The
All right.
gravity is doing the work along
Yep,
with your own
that's true.
targeting.
Okay,
Not
23
bad.
points.
23 points
Yeah.
of damage. All right.
And
Done.
with a boom that shakes the ground.
Yeah. So you'll be happy to know that this person not only takes that damage, but also is knocked prone. I'm sure we're shocked.
I would be stunned
were
if
not
you
prone.
managed to stay up on that.
Please do a Columbo and say, just one more thing.
just one more thing.
I like my size. Okay.
Okay. So you land on top of it. Also, big bada boom. Exactly. Also, the horse sort of throws off the shroud. But its neigh is kind of this sort of almost like a
Super creepy.
yeah, like a really creepy, almost like incredibly hoarse sound. And you hear just this sort of like all hell breaking loose, and I would like us to roll initiative, please. I have set up some already, but the turn order is out there, so make sure you check that out as we do some.
And we'd be closer, right? You don't mind if
Combat
we move
music.
ourselves a bit closer? 'Cause we
Not at
would've
all.
moved. Perfect.
No, I'm not going to do that. I was about to do some music.
Oh,
It was
come on,
set
a
up.
little house music disco. Come
Yeah,
on.
no.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll for me
All right,
and
3,
then for
2,
Nisiana.
1. Of course.
What's happening? See, this is why we're not supposed to get in combat tonight.
Yeah, well,
Because
It's
all of a
too late.
sudden, listen, I better not hear a single complaint about die rolls from you, sir. Like after all these things. I mean, really.
if it makes you feel any better, Rowan, I am sure you have a better dex than me, so I'm sure you're going before me.
And that's Nisiana, the second roll. The 6.16, that's Nisiana.
Right. Okay. And then Merrimay with a 12. Let's see. You rolled a 22, Tanton, right?
Yeah.
Therefore- Okay. Let's see.
We rolled so well. We're surprise attack!
So Nisiana rolled a 6, right? Okay. So let's get rid of that. Alarian does not have that.
There you go. Okay.
Is there something that makes me huge?
This would be
a giant.
22.
You know what? That's good enough. There we go.
15. Stop that.
I am giant. Because I am.
Tanton, I'm sorry, 22 for you, so I'm getting rid of that. Okay. So let me just make that descending. Okay, so everyone now should be in the right order, I think. Tanton with a 22, Merriman with a 12, Nisiano with a 6, Alarian with a 4.
Dude,
Rowan
there
with a
is
4,
no
right?
way Rowan goes after me.
No, Rowan would be ahead of you, right?
That is not possible.
But otherwise, though, that's right in terms of numbers?
He looks good, yeah.
Okay, let me just correct that too. Okay.
Is that our music?
Yes.
Yes, this is Fight for the Future, which is one of my favorites for the combat.
It is a great one. That's really good.
Oh, I'm not hearing it. Hang on. Roll
She was
20
talking about our going.
Yeah. Sorry, roll 20 just kicked me out again.
I should just do the gun theme. Wah, now. Right. Okay. Let's see.
If Alarian ever becomes a private eye, that's what we're going to use.
That's right.
Alarian will never become a private eye. I'm sorry. Arv to dash your dreams.
A few months ago, I took my son to a retro video arcade where they had Spy Hunter, and for anyone who's of a certain age, like that thing with the whole like going in the oil slick truck and the whole bit, and it was that music. And the best part was lasting long enough so you could get to the awesome solo part of the music. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
you know what I'm
was
talking about, Prince
fantastic.
Justin? Yeah, exactly. All right.
Yeah, classic indeed.
Okay. Let's see. You said you got kicked out of roll 20.
I am just back in. I'm reopening the 2 character sheets now.
Okay.
It's a bit fussy on my end tonight.
All right. Okay, and let's see.
Wait a minute. That's completely incorrect. Bam. Oh.
Tanton, what's your dex, your raw dex for me?
16.
Okay. No particular reason? Just, asking. Just for,
Just for a friend.
just for a friend. Yeah, just
Just to
curious.
refresh your memory. Yeah.
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 Mhm. Uh-huh.
I think it's important to learn things in life, and sometimes okay, right. So, so first to act is going to be Tanton then. Tanton, what would you like to do?
Okay, so
So a tank has just hit the ground, basically.
so
Blam.
it looks like everybody else maneuvered while I was getting ready, or while I was going pee. So since I did not move during that part, I'm now wondering if I'm just still where I was.
No,
Like-
you could be maneuvering also. I would assume
Okay.
where you wanted to be to start things.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause they're all busy packing up shit. They're probably not really paying a lot of attention to the perimeter.
Right. Well, I would have moved like here, and fire at this dude, because these people have pissed me off. Big surprise.
Okay. So you're firing at this guy over here, you said?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you may proceed. Go ahead and make your attack.
Thank you very much. I shall do so. It's a dirty 20.
Will hit. Yep.
That would be 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And for my second shot,
I'm going to take that and not like it.
yes, he will. Also a dirty 20.
Also,
Wow.
this time a miss. No.
Probably. Right.
Damn it.
Now he's aware of the fact that you're there and he's hiding, but that doesn't matter. And 8 points of magical piercing damage.
All right. Okay. Good stuff. Both things hit. All right. Are you then moving anywhere from where you began, or well,
Not
I guess
really.
you moved on. Yeah. So there. Okay.
But basically, he kind of glances down at Spanner, clicks something, and points at this dude, and Spanner's going to go rip his arms off.
Fezzik, rip his arms off.
Exactly what I was thinking. It was either going to be that or a Wookiee. I didn't know.
They're both good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Spanner runs over.
And he gonna bite this dude. He gonna bite him in his tootie patootie or something. Don't know exactly how that is gonna happen, but it's gonna be a chompy. And 26.
Wow.
26 will absolutely hit.
A matched pair.
Yes. He's going to do
Ooh, there we go.
12 points of force damage. And
Jumpy jump.
yeah, is the guy still up, or does he? How hurt does he look?
Let's see. So 12 points of. He is
Force.
still up by not by much.
Okay.
He's
Well,
very hurt after
right.
all of that.
So upon seeing this, Canton's like, no, and arcane jolt.
Okay.
Where's my arcane jolt? Hello, arcane jolt. Where are you?
Arcane
Paging
Jolt
Arcane
can't come to the
Jolt.
phone right now.
Paging Arcane Jolt.
Yeah.
Please pick up the white courtesy
I
phone.
thought I had it like in my attacks, but apparently I don't. Let's see, what is it? Arcane Jolt. This up and I'll put it in chat just so. Okay, 2d6. Extra 2d6 force damage.
Yeah, new phone. Who dis?
Yeah. It's an extra 6 points of force damage.
Okay. So it's and then zap, and he's like, ugh, and just falls over dead. That was a whole lot, and that was a little too much for him.
Good.
So he drops to the ground and expires.
I hope that wasn't a badly received letter. It was actually not meant for that sender.
Yeah, exactly. He's just like, we're a diplomatic mission from Honor.
Where is the ambassador?
Okay.
Sorry.
Good. We
Poor-
apologize. Mistakes were
Poor
made.
Captain Antilles.
Okay. Good stuff. All right. So let's see. Next to act is, let's see. So many good choices. So many good options. All right.
Steady, Brandon. I know it's like 5 o'clock in the morning for you, but hang in there, man.
Oh Lord. I will BRB. I'm going to get something to drink.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. What did you say when you are enlarged? What happened? What are your stat boosts on that, Alarian? Like when you were enlarged by this?
So we rejiggered the damage, and I have advantage, which is weird because I already have advantage being knocked off my feet, but I have my carrying capacity is doubled, and I have advantage on strength checks.
What does it do to your strength?
That's all it says, which
does
is
it
really
actually
weird.
increase I just
No,
want to make
not-
sure. It probably wouldn't. I just want to make sure.
I mean, it should, in my opinion, but it doesn't. No.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So that would be that with this thing. Right. Okay. So. All right. So coming out from here, actually there,
What's all this
is
then?
is Giselle, yeah, basically. And she kind of looks over, looks around, and then she turns back to see, there's a lot of people around here, but she turns back basically to see Marame and Nisiana, and Rowan and Tantin back there, lit in the shadows. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40. Okay. And she looks at you and shakes her head and says, "You should not have come back." And she points out her
Or
hand.
Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. She points out her hand, and suddenly, boom, there is this sort of a sound of almost a muffled explosion in the dirt, and something ripples out basically from her hands. And what you all notice is that where it touches grass and plants, they immediately wither and die.
Oh,
and
dear.
then reach all of you. So I need all of you with
Let them appear.
I need all of you with the exception of, let's see. No, it would apply there too. I need everybody, including Spanner, to make Constitution saving throws, please, except for Alarian, because you're on the other side. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's not a radius thing, just like
Okay,
a
the first
cone
one-
or zone.
The first one will be for me, and then the second one will be for Nisiana.
Sounds good.
Just so you know. Okay.
So, sorry, the first one you was that 26 that I see for your con
No,
save?
that's Spanner.
Oh, that was Spanner. I'm
That's
sorry.
it. Mine's the 20.
Okay.
And then I'm doing one now for Nisiana.
Okay.
Nice.
Aha!
Okay.
You only take half the soul-sucking
Greg.
damage.
Can I make a reaction?
Can you make a reaction? Maybe.
Yes.
It depends on what it is. I see my lovely wife has brought
It is
my
a
awesome
5th
cat.
level counter spell.
Oh,
Oh,
Hi.
interesting.
Hello.
Yeah, I'll say hi.
Meow.
So let's see. Do you want a counterspell? Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. All right, I gotta look up counterspell. We get to a certain level, chat, at level 14, where everyone's just like, "I'm gonna move the continent." No, I'm gonna move the continent.
I am a minor god. Deal with this as you will. I'm going to step away to get myself a snack, but I'll be back shortly because it looks like this is going to be a while before they get to me anyways.
Okay.
You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. If the creature is casting a spell of 3rd level or lower, its spell fails and has no effect. If it is casting a spell of 4th level or higher, make an ability check using a spell casting ability. But that's if I cast it at 3rd level. When you cast this level using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, the interrupted spell has no effect if its level is less than or equal to the level of the spell slot you used.
So, in other words, you can attempt to counter it. Okay, so I have to make. So let's see. Oh, you have to make an ability check using the spellcasting ability. Okay. All right. Go ahead and make your ability check, and let's see. Yeah.
That's charisma.
You got this. You still have an inspiration too.
I do, and I'm gonna use it anyway.
It's a
roll high.
D10.
Roll high on both of them, just for the sake of doing it.
That's not what I wanted to.
Okay.
That's 21.
So, she says you should not have come back, and does the thing, and there's a vroom, and then the ripple just stops.
Yes.
And she sort of, her eyes widen a little bit. I have this image of you, Rowan, on the other end of the cart being like, finger guns. That's a very good time to use that counterspell. That spell was nasty. Okay. All right.
You tell him.
Good stuff. So that, very good. All right. So that does not go off, and she, let's see, is she gonna duck back inside? She went out. She saw that. She is going to, those 5. Okay. She's going to move opposite here. So 10, 15, 20. That's about right. She's going to move opposite here. No, actually. Yeah, she's going to move opposite here. And she yells out.
Oh, fire! No!
Yeah, I just need to make sure that I get the right, get all of my notes. She yells out, Drago! And we are about to see
Okay.
what happens with Drago in a minute.
Drago.
Okay, next to operate
I'm
are
guessing I know who Drago is.
you might. The 2 other guys. Now, one of these is the one that is currently crushed underneath Larian. So is going to stand up and is going to sort of like groggily get to his feet. I'm trying to think if he's even... I'm not even going to allow him an action on this turn. He's just been crushed by a 4,000-pound tank. He's just going to stand up. The other one, though, is able to operate. And he jumps up on top of the sort of seat that the horse is there. And he grabs from behind him a massive, like a huge hammer, basically. And he brings the hammer smashing down on a crate. And emerging from the crate are 4 zombies that come out of the crate. And I will put those up here in just a moment.
You're talking to us, John. You're muted.
There we go. Did it work? Did the counterspell work?
Yes.
Ah, awesome. Awesome.
Yes, it did. You had to make a check for it, though, so it was pretty high level. But it worked out. Okay, let's see. No, I don't
I
want
have
that.
no idea what wall that was, but I'm presuming it was a 6th or 7th level spell.
I think it's Enervate, which, yeah, is pretty damn high.
Okay, let's see. Paste. Paste. Paste.
You know, keeping zombies penned up like you do.
Yeah, these are definitely not free range zombies. They they were just not.
Being in a box reminds me of an old episode of That's Incredible. Yogi Kudu folded himself into a little plastic box and submerged it at the bottom of a pool from a captain.
Okay, so he jumped up, he smashed that, and then he let's see, and then he's going to come down here. And he is going to prepare himself. There's no attack that happens yet. Now, emerging out of the tent is the Bone Knight. The armored figure strides forward. And he says, and you hear kind of a rattling in his voice.
You've made a terrible mistake.
And
that's what she said.
Let's see. He.
It's like, you hear that, lady? He said you made a terrible mistake by calling him out.
Okay. Let's see. He has some excellent options. I'm trying to think if he's just going to engage one of them.
A zombie? He should.
Yeah, I mean, those are kind of insulting to him, in my opinion.
We do have a cleric to marry them if they want to get
How
engaged
dare they?
now.
Exactly. How dare these?
My God. I look forward to, except she said you're supposed to do Word of Life, but I look forward to her to blowing those into dust.
So I feel I'm going to say up front that I feel a little guilty about what he's going to do.
You should.
And I want my dear friend Marie to know that in no way nice. That in no way is this a pattern that I've been leaning into, and I'm not actually joking about that. It's not. It just happens to be the case that this is the thing that this person in particular would do at a time. He points at you. And he
so easy to charm.
And he
I'm very lonely.
Well, it's your trusting nature. That's all it is.
I just want a friend.
And he says, "The time has come for you to serve another." And points at you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
I want to see the benefits package first this time. I've learned from my last employment. Okay, so
I feel really bad. It's not.
Is there a contract I can read? I'd really like to know.
It's funny. I feel like I got one of those faces. People want to be my friend. Okay, so wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
You're about to be impressed.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, fuck.
For those of you at home, that was the rather unimpressive 8. Are you going to do something? You can't counterspell again, can you?
I mean, I don't think I can make another reaction.
Yeah,
like
you
that.
can't.
You
only
can't
have one
react twice.
reaction. Yeah.
I thought I had a plus on wisdom. Hang on.
What, a plus 10?
I have advantage on all wisdom saving throws.
Oh, well, then make that roll again.
Yes, please. Oh my God, yes, please.
Roll higher.
There
we go.
There we go.
I told you I was ready to be impressed, and there it is with a natural 20.
There you go. Natural
Thank you.
20. All right. So yes.
Says, I'm tired of being charmed all the time, damn it.
I've had enough.
I'm charming. I refuse to be charmed.
Exactly. So it kind of does this, like literally cracks its neck, and then it's got to be bigger than this. There we go. And then strides forward towards you, and every step, you hear the sound of the bones moving. Okay.
Maybe a little more glucosamine,
Yeah, that's exactly. my bones are so okay. Right. Okay, Mermaid, it's actually your turn.
Okay, so this thing seems to be heading towards my sister. So there is only one thing that I can possibly do, and that is to step in the way.
Okay.
So I'm going to
Don't
step
forget.
here.
Don't forget you're hasted.
I am, and I feel
Mhm.
very hasty. Okay, so I am right here. I was going to do something else that's cool, but right now, as it were, I'm going to take my rapier, and then I'm going to run my finger, not like by touching it, because, and then just run my finger over it, and it's going to start to glow more so. I have cast Holy Blade on it.
Holy Blade. Okay.
Your holy weapon. So this is it.
Holy power.
Holy weapon.
All right. So weapon attacks make with it deal an extra 2d8 damage on a hit. It's a magic weapon if it wasn't already. You can dismiss the spell, cause the weapon to emit a burst of radiance, and on a failed save, you take damage. So basically, it's pretty, it's pretty badass.
Pretty kick-ass. Yep.
Now, this is concentration, which is okay because you drop to the other invisibility. But just be aware, we've got a concentration spell on.
Oh, believe me, I wanted to be visible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
okay,
you so you did do that. That was a bonus action, so you can still attack.
And now I'm going to attack. So I've set it up so that with Trent's help, that I could just hit the rapier holy weapon, so it has a plus 2d8 radiant damage there if it hits. Okay.
Okay.
So first attack.
Okay.
I reject your benefits package.
Yeah. How about that? Let's see. That
You are not attractive at all.
That 18 is a miss.
Oh, okay. So
Literally, you strike down and its shield goes clang, and it's like, try again.
Okay, try again. Okay, attack number
Hello,
2.
Darian.
Oh, shoot, 17.
Miss
Mermaid,
again
come
with his
on.
shield.
Come on.
Too slow.
Attack number 3, because I'm hasted. Come on. 21. 21.
That does hit.
Woo.
So on the third, so clang, clang, and then like, okay,
I'm going to do a defensive flourish. I have a feeling that will become very handy.
okay.
Okay, so I'm going to roll a d10.
Nice.
And that's
Wow.
a 9. So 9 extra damage for him, 9 extra to my armor
So
class.
24 total damage, I believe, on that round. Yep, very hard to hit. So it's like and staggers back slightly. Okay, Mermaid, and you've already done your bonus action, your action, so that's that. So it is now their turn. Now, 2 things to note. First of all, Larian, you feel things moving around you, and then you realize why, because one of the things that you half destroyed when you slammed into the ground was not only the guy you landed on, but the cart, which had crates on it. And
Oh no.
one of the crates reveals 4 more zombies that
That was
appear.
a lot of zombies.
Yep. And so they all are going to turn. And they are.
By the way,
all-
I love the zombie bleh. That's great. Yes.
So they are. Now, this happened to me the other day playing Dark Sun, and so I'm going to do it because I found it very amusing. All of these zombies are going to surround you.
Okay.
So you basically it's circle of zombies,
Gotcha. Okay.
You all are aware of the famous circle of life. So this is the circle of death that's around you. All right. So they are
Mildly
going to
annoying.
attempt to.
Do undead work in 5e the way they work in Final Fantasy? Where if you do healing damage to them, they die?
Oh, well, I guess we're going to find out. First, they have to. So they're going to attack you, Alarian. Let's see. We have a 17 from zombie number 1.
Nope.
We have a 5 from zombie number 2. So that's a miss.
You know.
A 9 from 3. A 21 from 4.
Nope.
Nothing but
A
the
20.
21.
Let's see. A 22 from 5.
Nope.
13 from 6. Then a critical hit, so that hits.
Okay, well that'll hit.
And then a 17. So basically, like one of them actually hits.
Yep.
Okay, you are going to take. So you just see Alarian being pummeled by The pummeling dead.
Around the legs and crotch area.
Yeah, exactly. You are going to take 5 points of damage. Where do you want that to go, Larry?
That's going to go on my extra points in my plate armor thing. Aegis, thank you. So the Aegis down to 70.
Sounds good. Okay. And that is going to lead us to Nisiana. By which I mean Marie running Nisiana.
Yes. So Nisiana, originally I was like, oh, she might have to cast Undead now because, turn undead. But I think she's like, okay, no, they're fine. So I'm gonna follow Jen's call, of course, and I'm gonna pop Aura of Life.
Okay.
So
Aura of Life.
I just found the Aura of
It's
Life.
the aura of life.
Oh, sorry about that, Darren. Yeah, thanks for
Enjoying.
the answer, Prince Justin. I was occupied doing this. Yes, this is 5e, but it is Eberron Oracle of War. So, let's see, Aura of Life, which is probably not big enough there yet.
And Darian, nice G.I. Joe call back there.
What are you gonna say, Trent?
Assuming that is what you're doing.
It's a slightly different material plane from Faerun.
Oh.
Now, the Sword Coast is just that part. Faerun is the entire continent. Toril is the planet.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60. Okay, 60. So we're looking at about that, I think, is the Aura of Life, if I'm not mistaken.
That looks pretty good.
Okay.
And I think Nisiana sees that she has everyone except Ilarion. So I think she's going to stay where she is because Rowan would be the one that right now she would be more worried would end up going down for some reason.
Okay.
And Mary May, Mary May, obviously. And then, so I think she would stay there. Anybody tell me if you think that I'm not playing Nisiana correctly?
No,
but I
that
think she
sounds
would
right.
fly-
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
stay here and then she'll stay behind because I'm going to keep that button busy over there. So
Sounds like a plan. In that case, it is Rowan's turn.
Cool. I am going to bonus action Misty Step so I can get around here.
Okay. Zoop.
Move. And then I'm gonna actually physically move to around right here. Point blank range.
Oh boy.
she.
Okay.
Dodge this.
Next. For
You
me,
move-
what I'm about to describe to you is overkill, but I really just want to solve a problem.
Nice.
Okay.
I think I know what's coming.
I want to solve one problem with a gunshot.
Oh.
In one combat for once in this game.
Okay. Okay.
See, it is
I
dodge
need-
this. Exactly. I was right.
Yeah, so I need to spend 7 sorcery points.
Holy crap.
Bring me down to 3.
Wow.
Wow. This feels like very dangerous setup for the bad guys.
Set off minor nuke.
So I can twin spell
Yeah.
Oh my
a
god.
7th level disintegrate.
Oh, jeez.
Holy crap, that's amazing.
Wow.
That is amazing.
All right. Twin spell a 7th level disintegrate. Wow. I felt that all the way up
Right.
here.
So, Drago needs
Yeah.
to make a dex save.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Yes, Triffin, that is indeed the appropriate reaction.
Wow. Wait till you hear the description, by the way, chat, of what this thing actually does in terms of the amount of damage. All right. Because if I'm reading this correct, if this hits, it does, on a failed save, 10d6 plus 40.
10d6 plus 40 plus 3d6. Twice.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just for the...
Twice?
Well,
Holy
he's
Okay.
twinned it. I mean,
Yeah.
I love it. I'm
But I'm
so
a-
happy.
you're not doing both on one target, though.
So,
right?
you walk up to it, and the DC, what's your DC on this?
My DC is 16, but I want to know if it passes or fails.
It
because I'm
sure
gonna bet
didn't.
luck.
It sure didn't pass. I'm here to tell you.
Okay, cool. Grand.
Yes.
Right.
That's a
so,
minimum of 100 points.
yeah. So let's
That's
roll this
amazing.
13d6.
Wow.
Oh wow, this is gonna be great.
Right, 81
Oh,
points of damage to the thing.
Well, more than that, right?
And
Because
and that is now doubled to that 162.
so you do 162 points of damage it just literally just absolutely
I mean,
not
disintegrates.
even blows up. It just literally just a pile of ash. And you see this, and you hear this anguished, "No, Drago!" And you hear this shriek from behind you from Giselle. I love the image
got
that
his
you
name right.
don't. Is it your focus, Sunshine? So don't you basically
Yeah.
execution style
No,
do
yeah,
that to them, and then you're like,
bang!
Jesus God!
And
All
then
right.
I like while my hand is still up, while my gun is still pointing at the mist to where Drago was standing, I turn to Giselle and go, "Do you want what he got?" And then I end my turn.
Wow.
That's So Larian, I like the idea that you're like, I wanted to show, and then you're just like, oh.
Damn mages.
What does it remind me? You know what it reminds me of? Actually, it's the Mandalorian hit the freaking energy weapon. You know, when he hits, if any of you seen Mandalorian, like when he fires his energy weapon, it makes this and like it literally just vaporizes. That's exactly what happens.
Yep.
Like there's nothing left.
Yep.
Wow. All right, Alarian, you were surrounded. I don't know if you saw that,
Okay.
but you certainly heard the scream.
I
You were
mean,
surrounded by 8 zombies.
The bright
And-
flare of the well, actually the gunshot. First of all, and I know he's doing his thing. And
This
suddenly
is the
there's
way,
one less.
Dorian. Exactly.
So, bonus action. So the great thing about Iron Titan is everything's bigger. So on my bonus action, I pop spiked aegis, which now look like dagger blades erupting from me.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Lord of Blades. Sorry.
Everyone attacks you. No, wait.
so I'm gonna wail on this guy until he goes down, and then I'm gonna start zombie bashing.
Okay.
I have 3 attacks, thanks to my Lord and Savior now, Rowan. So
Okay.
yeah. All right. So Star Sword, and by the way, the Star Sword is also larger. It's pretty much the size of a Zweihander.
Yeah, you're Voltron. I know.
two-handed,
You're Form
a
Blazing
claymore-
Sword.
I mean,
I know.
you
yeah.
know, it is a light sword. That's true.
Do-do-do-do,
All right.
do-do-do.
So attack number 1 on the guy who just got up.
It's a red giant sword.
Uh,
23.
Yep. Okay.
20 points of damage.
Yes,
as I
you will.
cleave
You will
into him.
destroy the. So you crush the guy. The guy gets up, and then it's just the end of the guy. All right.
Yeah, pretty much.
What
Like,
a great experience for him.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that was max damage. That's very nice.
Yes.
Love that. Okay, good start. All right, zombies. Since you're,
Blah.
I mean, you're clawing at me like you're messing up my armor. Is really what you're doing. But fine. This guy next, right here. This one.
Okay.
I said this one. There we go. Attack number 2. I mean, they did do me the pleasure of coming right to me, so
Yes.
I feel I should, you know.
The power sword.
14,
Yep. We'll hit.
17 points.
Okay.
Still up.
Yes, but definitely quite hurt.
All right.
A lot of
attack
body
number
parts missing.
3. Yeah, attack number 3 on him. Okay, and let's do one more because why not? Another 14, so 13 points. I think it's going to take him out.
Yep. That is Smasheroonie.
Yeah, all right. If you want to do attacks of opportunity, feel free. They're just going to take damage.
I mean,
I mean, go ahead.
I don't really think there's an attack of opportunity now. I don't know, depending on what you're doing.
Well, the ones behind me, I'm not really paying attention because I'm really
Nah.
focused on. So, okay,
no,
that's
not yet.
Totally up to you.
We'll
All
worry
right.
about that when we get there.
Right, but if you decide to move and you're like Clarence Pottinger in RoboCop, can you fly, Bobby? And you just go straight up and they'll take the attacks of opportunity and just blow themselves up.
Good stuff, Valerian.
That's tempting, but no, I'm good where I am.
You're staying where you are. Okay, so then that brings us up to Tanton. The battlefield has changed quite a bit in the last 6 seconds. So.
Just to make sure, Alarian, did you take all the actions that you can't take because you're still hasted?
Oh, you're hasted. That's true.
Dude, I could still move technically. I took
Oh, you
all
chose
my
not
3
to do it.
attacks.
Yeah.
I'm staying because this is fun. I just took out 2 of these guys and I'm about to take out more. So it's dude, this is great.
All right, Tanton, you're up.
And Arv, I just want to say I love Big Alarian. I want to be this way all the time.
Yes,
I'm
sadly
just saying.
Real subtle.
you will not remain Apache Chief from the Super Friends.
You thought I was. I wish Jen was here because you thought we were unsubtle before.
Yeah, I
Wait till
know.
they get a load of me.
Super unsubtle. Yeah, exactly.
All I have to do is get my jeweler's kit out, and I can engrave a Nook Chuck on his arm, and it will stay that way forever.
Canuck Chuck.
Don't give me a name.
Anyway,
okay.
The worst
okay.
Super Friend. All right. So, okay, Tanton, you were up.
Yeah, Tanton moves up here where he can, see what's her name, and he's just like, I mean, as he's passing by the thing, he kind of saw over the cart, saw what Rowan did, And there was a momentary swelling of pride. Yes, that's my work. And then, and so
I made a
around.
difference today.
Yay!
And I helped.
Yes, exactly. And so he's going to shoot at this stupid individual. Tink. 21.
We'll hit.
And that'll be 11 points of piercing damage.
Ouch. Okay.
Second shot, same as the other one. 25.
25 will hit. Yep.
She's saying better.
Yeah.
Is only 7 piercing.
Okay. Ping, ping. All right.
And little puppy face here is come on, open up. I've got his character sheet minimized, so you couldn't see where he was.
Mm-hmm.
He can move 40 feet. You should get him to her, right?
Yes. Yes. Because these are 5 foot, so 5,
Yeah.
10, 15, 20, 25. Yes.
Yeah. So he's
can get
running
there.
up, and he gonna chomp on her.
All right.
Same as you did with the other dude. Chomp it. 25.
Yep. Okay, so that's another 15.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, yeah, that was just the 25. Yeah, sorry. Yes, that
Right.
will hit.
8 points of force damage.
8 points. All right. That was no fun from that person's point of view. Okay. All right, so she staggers back from the effect of this. And let's see. She says with hatred, "You'll pay for what you did to Drago." And then she reaches out towards the three of you, Rowan and Marame and Nisiana. And let's see. All right. She reaches out, and suddenly emerging practically right on Marame's... Actually, no, I'm going to say right on Rowan's spot. I think that's going to be the center of her ire. And a greenish, yellowish cloud billows out. Let's see. Can I do an ellipse? Yes. All right, it's about like that. And then let's see.
Oh, surely being an next turn, I can now do another counterspell reaction. Yes.
Yes, although how many counterspells do you have? 6 of them. No.
I mean, I can cast them as many times as I have spell slots higher than third, can't I?
Well, yeah. I mean, like,
I mean-
well, no. How high is
Counterspell
counterspell?
a 5th level spell?
Yeah, it's not third
I have
level.
that-
I don't think.
Hold on.
God, wizards would be taking that.
I thought it was
third
4th.
level all day long. I thought it was 5th.
I know nothing.
It might be 4th. I don't remember. off the top of my
Hold
head.
on, I got it.
Yeah,
Because
after
it was-
third-
Which is why if it's anything lower than 4th, it automatically.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, technically,
Mm.
you could try to do that.
Let's spend another 5th level.
Oh my God, it's a 3rd level spell.
Wow, I forgot about that. All right.
Yeah, damn. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're using a 5th level
Cool.
slot on this.
Yes,
Well, I mean,
is it higher
because
than 5th?
you whatever. Yeah. So. Well, no, because if you. Right, so you're going to try to attempt. I don't think you can counteract. I mean, you're using that to use it, but. Oh, I see. If you're using a spell slot or 4th level or higher, the interrupt spell is no. Okay, so you're using it at 5th level, you said?
Yes. So if the spell that
Yep.
which is all just
Yep.
used
So,
is 5th
all right,
level.
it starts to billow and then immediately vanishes. Yep.
Boy, she thought she was mad before.
Yeah. She's like, you shut up. Like her rage just obliterates the
I mean, both spells have been countered. Her
Yeah.
bone lover has been destroyed, apparently. And,
I mean,
you
just
know.
like, wow. Yeah, that's great work.
And
I
we've
don't
killed
really have
2 of her hench people too. And soon to
Yep.
be a 3rd. Yep.
That was a reaction. Which you do is 60. Okay. Yeah. Good stuff. She has nothing to say. Except damn it. Okay, let's see. Where is he gonna go? He's got the zombies beating on a Larian. Let's see. He's gonna run, I think, this way towards Rowan. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Yeah. And he is going.
Boy, that was a big mistake.
I'm trying to decide if he's going to do that, if he's going to stay where he is and shoot.
He should run. He just disintegrated a giant
He
bone
really should
monster.
run into the brush, never to
You just saw a
return.
guy who is several leagues of physical power.
I mean,
greater than
honestly,
he is, just
it's
turn into
kind-
assault.
You all are
It's-
forgetting about slavish devotion to the
It's
cause.
kind of ballsy. He actually had the nuts to approach you, even, to be honest.
Let's see. We are looking at a 14 and a 22, Rowan.
14 does not
hit.
What did you say about the set 22 hits,
Yeah, the
Rowan?
22 does hit. Trent very graciously helped me yesterday discover that I was not using the right AC for several
Oh,
seconds.
okay. All right. Well, okay, so you're
So
going
I'm
to take
less squishy than I usually was.
That
I'm
is
still
good.
The most squishy person here,
Good.
but still.
6 points from that of bludgeoning damage from the mace that you were hit
I am
with.
now 74.
And that's going to lead us to Merame, who is up next.
Okay, I'm gonna assume that Rowan will be okay. And I'm going now with my 30 feet. Can I reach
15.
Giselle over there?
Yes.
Perfect. Here, or can I like
Yep,
flank
you can do
her?
that. I don't think you can get to a
That's-
flank. You
Okay.
can get about there.
I'm going to go here, and I am going to I think stab her.
Okay.
Dramatically backlit by the fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like
Silhouetted, the
glowing-
shadows casting.
glowing even more, and said, "You made poor choices." And I
You
will
have chosen
strike her
poorly.
with judgment in my voice. 25.
Okay,
Mhm.
yes, we'll absolutely hit.
14 points, 9 of which is radiant, if that makes a difference.
It does not in this case, but she will take all of the 14.
Okay, I will do my defensive flurry right away. D10. So that is an extra 4 points of damage.
Okay, she's starting to look pretty messed up.
Oh, it's about to hurt more. Second attack.
Oh, God.
28.
Oh,
That's
Wow.
23 points
Mm.
of damage.
You pierce her through the throat, and she just, and as she drops to the ground, she says, with her throat, like,
Right.
You'll pay the Emerald Claw.
and then expires.
all you guys did the same thing. It's like a
Okay.
broken record. I swear.
Hail Hydra.
No, she doesn't do that.
I quoted RoboCop earlier. I'm going to para-quote it because in the movie there's a scene where I can't remember the Native American guy's name, but when RoboCop said, "Come with me or there will be trouble," he like one single-handed racks the shotgun. He's like, "Oh, fuck you!" But I think this time this is where as soon as she started talking beforehand, when she started casting the thing which looked like Cloud Kill or something, that Tangent would have been like, "You really need to shut up." And when she does it in the thing sort of, see?
I told you.
Yeah. Now, the really cool thing I'm about to do right now is how many of the enemy creatures can I see that are within 30 feet of me, would you say?
Ooh, half
5,
of them?
10, 15, 20, 25. I think you can see, well, you can certainly, you're not going to see these two because Mr. Large Marge over here is not going to be visible. So instead, you're looking at these 5. So I'd
Gonna
say you
take
can
that
see
as a
5 of them.
compliment. Thank you very much.
So, as a bonus action on my turn, I am dismissing the Holy Blade. So I'm basically doing like, the link thing, like, shung.
Yeah.
Every
Okay, wait.
burst of radiance, each creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of the weapon must make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
If you don't do by the power of Grayskull, I'll lose all respect for you. Okay? I'm just saying. Mhm.
Okay, what's my DC that I'm looking for?
I'm sorry,
Merame.
I'm busy having fun. 18. I'm busy having fun. Thank you,
16,
Professor.
okay. First one fails. Second one fails.
Marie, you gotta look
Third
at
one
the chat. They're already making
fails.
the jokes you didn't make.
Fourth one may make it 22.
Yeah, it's 18.
Fifth one
That's
fails. So 1, 2, 3, and 5 fail.
Okay, so all the ones who fail take 48 radiant damage and are blinded for 1 minute.
Let's
The
see how
one who
much
makes
damage
it
is.
takes half the damage, okay?
All right.
It's a pretty cool effect.
If you don't kill them outright, you're softening them up for me. So
16. And they're blinded, so they're going to be like, eh.
Okay.
I have advantage on them now. Oh yeah, baby. This
And
is
they
gonna
have
be
disadvantage
brutal.
against you.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I want them. I want them
Blah.
to hit me. I want
And
them.
blah. And blah. And blah. Now the one that made the save.
Only said blue.
Oh, this. That's right. It was what? Did you say it was 16? Was the damage? So it's 8 for half.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay,
8
and it's
for
not
half,
blinded.
Yeah. And he's not blinded. Yeah, the
Right.
rest of them are blinded.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and
Look at
5
this,
are
buddies. Look,
very
put your
hurt and
eyeball
blinded.
back in your socket and let's get going.
Yeah, no, seriously. Okay. Let's see. Can't see. And you can't. Nope, wrong one. And you can't see. And you can't see. And you can't see. All right.
Doing a lot of work for people who are about to die.
Yeah.
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff.
For those about to die. Thanks.
you're.
Yeah, not 48, but 4d8. Driven,
Right,
although,
yeah.
you know.
Oh, what about this guy here too? I also hit him.
You did not specify. No, that's fine. So let's see.
Everyone within 30
Let's
feet. Yeah.
see. Okay.
My apologies. I can't count.
Everyone, you say, including large creatures that have Iron Titans. This guy does not save either.
I'm too
So
tall.
he
It
takes
doesn't
a
get me.
16 and is blinded.
Okay. That hurts, and he is blinded.
No, and I get to choose the people
was
who
meant
get
to.
hurt,
I
which
know, I
is
know.
amazing.
I know.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, honestly, Maria, I would have had to do it anyways because I'm huge.
It's pretty cool. All
It's
right.
all good.
You could take it, yeah.
All right. Sounds good,
Marie,
Mermaid. Are
know
you
what
moving
you
anywhere?
should do? You should attack your sister.
No, I'm gonna stand by the fire and just kind of look cool.
I mean, achievement unlocked. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So now it is the zombies' turn. So I'm going to get
Let's
the disadvantage
go.
ones go. All right. So the
Uh-huh.
first one, let's see. The first one is an 18 at disadvantage.
Put my elbow on one of their heads and just sit there while they're scratching away. Huh?
Second one is 12.
I could take a nap.
Third
I'm
one is a critical
tired.
miss, 4. The other one that's blinded is 7. Now the non-blinded one, 13,
Come on.
12, and 21.
No.
All right, they all miss.
The other two in the back that are like totally uninjured and totally active.
Yeah, they
Okay.
missed, and it was the one of them that was that was the one that was a 21. One of them.
Oh,
but,
okay.
but still missed. All right, that's going to bring us to Nisiana. Rowan is on deck.
Okay, so Nisiana, I don't think she would necessarily do turn undead because it's kind of going well.
Mhm.
So
Oh no! We were off. I got this.
Right? So, but I
Mhm.
think what she might do is do a little, like, what does she like to do? She likes to do her little fire.
Firebolt.
Does she have that? No, I don't think she has.
Yeah, Firebolt is her
No,
go-to
she's talking.
range
She's
spell.
not. She's not talking about that. She's talking about Sacred Flame, right?
Sacred
Oh,
Flame. That's
sorry.
it. That's what
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
called.
meant. Sorry.
Sacred Flame, and okay, that's a cantrip. So
Yeah, and that's a deck save. But who on who? The one of this guy or the zombies?
I think she would do it on that guy
Okay.
Yeah.
because he's after Rowan,
And he's blinded, so.
and also he's
Oh,
blind.
that's actually true. How do you get disadvantage? I hadn't. Let's see if
I
disadvantage.
have to
on
look it up. I don't remember.
Yeah, I got
I mean,
it.
it really should be because you can't even see where it's coming from.
She would move like here so she can get Ilaria, not that there's any worries in the aura of life as well. And I think she can keep everyone more or less in it at that point.
Yeah, I'm not concerned.
No, but you know, it's Nisiana. She cares.
Yes, I appreciate that. You are absolutely correct.
I'm sorry,
Automatically
but
fails any ability check that requires sight. Doesn't say that saves though. Um,
And it's
No.
a dex save, right?
it is. Yeah. What's the DC that I'm trying to beat?
18?
18.
No. Oh, is it? Is that Nisiana's or yours?
Cristiano's.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's a good
No.
point. 17. Apologies.
Yeah, this was not affected by Sacred Flame. Stumbles out of the way somehow.
Oh. Okay.
Haha!
Um.
Come back.
So then she is going to. I guess that's an action, eh? No, it's a bonus action. No, wait, mine's.
Bonus action.
It's
Yeah.
a bonus action.
Well, is Sacred Flame bonus action?
Pretty sure.
It's
Prob-
a cantrip for a cleric, I
Oops.
believe.
It is. Oops, I meant to say the. It's an action. I apologize.
action.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was gonna bonus action. Okay. I think that honestly, I think she's not feeling too concerned about much right now, so she's going to start gossiping in the mind link with her sister.
That's true,
As a
Darian. One does not
bonus action.
need one does not need sight to be dexterous, as Rutger Hauer proved in Blind Fury.
Right.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
I can't see a thing. That's where I live. All right. Right. Okay. Let's move on to good stuff, Nisa. Let's move on to Rowan then, and Alarian is on deck. Rowan, you have any more execution style disintegrates you feel like pulling out on people, or like?
Right. So here's the funny thing, right? So I walk up to this guy who is blinded,
Yeah.
dazed, crawling into the ether, trying to find an enemy. I put the barrel of sunshine under his chin,
Okay.
and I say, "Do you want this to hurt more, or do you want this to hurt less?" I am waiting for an answer for the guy before I cast the spell that I want to cast.
I'm gonna have you make an intimidation check, please.
Yes.
You're gonna do this at advantage.
I was gonna say.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right?
I mean, obviously.
And,
Intimidation, you say.
yes. And
Can you imagine
are you
he's
gonna-
blinded and just the melt. Like,
Mhm,
Yep.
yeah. So reposition
19.
the aura circle around.
Oh yes, thank you.
Oh yes, thank you.
Like that.
Mhm.
I'll just reposition it. Don't mind me. No, okay. Right. Okay. So we're looking at a 19.
Damn.
He says, I don't want it to hurt. No. Fine. I don't know who you are. Fine. Just.
Before he finishes speaking, disintegrate 6th level.
Jeez.
I mean, I did kind of want to take one of them alive, but you do you, buddy.
You realize that he said he agreed with you, right? I just want to be clear that we're clear
No,
on this
yeah,
one.
disintegrate shouldn't hurt. I
Well,
was gonna firebolt him.
Oh my god. Wow. All right. All right.
You've
Right,
changed,
so,
man. You've
I need a
changed.
dex save.
It used to be about the music.
There's
that's a
a
fail.
balance point between give
No,
them what they want and always leave them wanting more.
It used to be the magic, man.
This really is Mando. Pew, pew. They just vaporize.
Right.
Yeah,
10
merciless.
plus 40 is 69.
Oh my
Jesus
god.
That was also nice as he's destroyed. Absolute just dust. I hope, by the way,
In
that
the wind.
that Nisiana is seeing you just like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marie, you may
Yeah.
need to fill
Obliterate.
her in on this, but he's like to
Yeah,
become kill
Nisian-
crazy McGee.
Yeah, I don't think I can rob Jen of the reaction that she wants to bring the character, so she can just like
yeah.
be observing for now and then.
Yeah.
Absolute
moved to-
devastation, Ron. Yep.
And then I moved to this bench so I could just watch Illyrian swat at zombies.
I thought you were gonna be like, and then I move to the bench and sit down and warm my hands at the fire. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, got it. Wow, Jesus. Okay, it's gonna be some role play between Rowan and Nisiana. Yeah, I mean, all right, Alarian, you were up. You have
Speaking of
seven
swatting zombies,
You have seven
yes.
zombies, 4 of which are blind,
Yes. Oh, the advantage is
Blinded
blind
by the light.
zombies. Uh-huh.
wrapped
yeah,
up like a group.
Let's go.
Another
All right,
zombie
attack
of the
number
night.
1. I will take that 15 for 12.
Will
on the,
hit.
just right down the row.
On okay, so on the one that was
right here. Yep.
Yep, that is destroyed.
Okay, number 2. It's just like baseball, but with a sword. All right. Oh yeah, that's a doozy. twin 27s for 13.
Destroyed.
Uh-huh. By the way, but I have to give credit to Mayor May with the assist for softening him up. Take just a brief
Happy
step.
to help.
A brief step of 5 feet forward to get at this guy. Blinded number 3, because this is just way too fun. Ooh, 13?
So meaning 9 damage? 13 will hit, yes.
Oh, yeah, 9 damage, yep.
Destroyed.
Ah, nice. I love this. I can do this all day. I just need another turn, 2 guys, and I'll finish these off.
Okay.
Okay,
I
4
believe
left.
that's it for you. That is going to bring us to the top of the round. Tanton, most of the people are disintegrated or destroyed. There are 4 zombies left here.
Tanton is going to begin his process of ending these horses.
Oh, okay. Is there a specific what is the process that you're?
Have they been reacting to any of this at all?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, so he's just
The only one that reacted was the one that had to move slightly away after a tank hit the cart.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll just step like right over here so he can get a good shot on this guy back here,
Okay.
and he'll just shoot him.
Go ahead and make an attack.
Because shoot him, you know. 28.
Yeah, we'll definitely hit.
Be 10 points of piercing damage.
Okay, not dead. Certainly hurt.
How fortunate that I have another attack. 17
Will hit.
for 7 points of magic piercing damage.
So total of 17 piercing. Very close to death. Not quite though.
Okay.
The final death.
Yeah.
Yes, the fun.
Tanton is gonna again make a series of clicks, and Spanner moves over and gets into a position to stand guard over Nisiana in case anything comes from anywhere to get
Gotcha.
at her.
Okay. All right. That's going to bring us to Spanner. Oh, sorry. So Spanner did that. What you just said.
Mhm.
Okay. Then Merame.
He is technically holding his attack
Okay.
in case anything comes to attack Nisiana.
Okay, that's what. Gotcha. Okay. So that means Merame is up. 4 zombies remain, and then, well, you don't see Tanton yet picking off the zombie horses or whatever. But so yeah.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, so I am going to go join the fun. Can I be here, or am I like?
You could be there. Yeah, it's sort of
Okay.
in front of it, in
Woohoo!
front of the crate.
Yes, join me in the zombie slaying.
Just
I'm going
standing there with your leg up on that crate,
Captain Morgan.
Captain
Yep.
Morgan
Thank you.
style,
Yeah.
you know it. Yep. And then the weight of my leg crushes the crate, and then whoa!
More zombies coming.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't. You know what?
Bring them.
Just because I'm having a good time, and I really enjoyed that, I'm just going to reactivate my holy weapon for no reason except that it's switching. It's the final, and I got the spell slot. So what the hell? Okay, mark that off. Okay, so I'm going to just now I'm gonna miss all my hits just because I'm just gonna be singing, dancing, missing. Okay, so first hit.
Well, I assume you're singing zombie, zombie.
Oh,
I was thinking that or Thriller.
Or Thriller,
that,
yeah.
that was definitely.
Dun, dun, okay, 29 will
29.
1,000,000% hit.
With 14 points of damage.
Yep, and that was to the one that had not actually been blinded, but still that
one.
is enough.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, let me see. It does have to do have a certain feat that allows him to. Okay, so you feel like you did enough damage to kill it, but it does not die quite yet.
I'm going to do a flourish. So what I'm going to do is a movement flourish, which means that I'm going to hit the one right beside it too. That's I'm in melee combat range with as well. So I'm going to hit both of them with the flourish damage.
Oh, also, I'm sorry. Your damage becomes radiant damage with
Yeah.
that weapon, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So then there's 2d8 radiant damage that you're doing. So the radiant damage means it wouldn't come back. So I take that back. Sorry. Yeah, it was radiant damage you were doing.
Okay.
Oh.
So you could do this. So that flourish, I don't know if you still want to do that. I'll let you switch that up if you
no,
want.
I'll hold it off then.
Okay.
And then I'll go and I'll go over here. And then I will
Keep in mind, you're rolling an advantage on these.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
and
We're
I'm
I'm
blinded.
flanking.
Well, and also this
we're
one's blinded.
flanking anyways.
Yeah.
so I'm doing kind of a little like it's like I hit the one and then I did a little twirl backwards and go to hit the other one.
Mhm.
An advantage. Okay, and I'm going to hit that one.
Yes, you are.
Kablam.
30. Jeez. Yes, that will just narrowly annihilate their armor class.
And then I will then so that one's gone then.
Yes, that one is obliterated.
Okay, and then I'm gonna do this one here.
Okay.
That one's
These are
not
the
an
fresh ones.
advantage.
Yeah.
They're brand new.
Okay, awesome. So I
This
am
was The
going
Walking
to-
Dead before it got annoying.
Heyo.
before I said episode 3. So that's only a 16.
That will still hit.
Okay, so 14 points of damage.
Okay, they're not dead. But
I'm going to do a flourish. I'm going to do a movement flourish where I hit the other one, the fresh one as well.
okay.
So it's like a little swipe flourish.
Then you
So
roll the
3. I just want to do the 3. 3 on both of them.
3 on both of them. Okay. So, all right. The one on the right that you hit initially is looking very hurt. The other one not.
Cool.
And all right,
I'm
good round, Marame. So they now have there are 2 of them left. They turn towards you, bleh, and also bleh. And then they are going to try to hit you.
Oh,
That's when I die. But like these weeks
13 from one of them,
No, but not
14
even
from the other one.
close. I somehow managed to survive.
Yeah, somehow you avoided their
We got out of the
disastrous
way.
attack. Okay, that's going to lead us to Nisiana is up, and Rowan is on deck.
Okay, Nisiana. Nobody's.
Rosiana's
really-
gonna Rowan, who has lost his mind, will go up and twin spell disintegrate Ilarion. What are you doing? Pew pew pew.
I could survive one. I couldn't do both.
Nisiana, I think, is gonna go here, and she's gonna try to like sacred flame one of them for fun.
For fun.
Nisiana also likes. Like she doesn't mind, right? Like I don't think she would not do that.
Not gonna save that time.
She would also make sure she moved close enough to get Mary May back in the aura.
Exactly. I knew she was gonna move closer, so I just had this vision of like the giant like colossus coming behind Mary May and just squashing her because Greg is like, "Don't make fun of my zombies."
So that did not make its save.
Okay,
So-
perfect. So then let me roll the damage. Sorry, I'm not as familiar with her. There we go. So I'm gonna roll this, and so that is 17 radiant damage.
And again, destroyed. So there's
Okay.
one left.
Oh,
and
cool.
that's her action.
All right,
so.
that's gonna lead us to Rowan.
Rowan, you can take it easy, and I'll finish off this last zombie.
Disintegrate, triple disintegrate the last
Wall of
zombie.
flame, flame strike.
Do I care about this last zombie?
It's gonna go down. I have 3 attacks at haste. It's just a matter of time.
Blur.
Just look, warm your weary bones by the fire, and let us handle this.
Or
For real.
Or set something on fire. You know what? Follow your
I
choice.
mean, do what he does
standing-
best.
Does it standing behind Illyrian count as 3/4 cover?
Yes. you could
Cool, then I'm
shift
just
left or
gonna
right.
shoot it because I have sharpshooter.
Okay. You want to make sure it does first. Okay.
I'm gonna shoot it from right here.
That's
I mean,
respectable.
between my legs is a perfectly cromulent shot.
Yes. Go ahead and fire away.
Funny.
Hit it with your best shot. Why don't you hit it with your best shot? Hit it with your best shot. Fire away. The zombie says Rowan can't hit it. Yeah, exactly. Blair, you got
The
you got
attack
nothing.
Is a 25.
Blair. That's a hit. It's like blood. All
I
right.
do 11 piercing damage to
That
it.
does not
Damn.
kill it, but it is hurt.
Oh, I will take care of this.
Good stuff,
Let me
Rowan.
step
Are you
up.
moving any closer, Rowan? Or are you leaving? You staying there?
Nope, I'm still just sitting here.
So you're just at the
Enjoy
bench,
the
turn
fire.
around, left-hand fire, destroy,
Yeah,
with
just
sunshine,
whoop.
come back. You're like,
Put a marshmallow over the
Yeah.
fire.
He really has become our IG-55 or whatever the one was in the Mandalorian.
as Darian said in chat, the zombie says Rowan can't hit it. The zombie was wrong. The zombie was inaccurate. Okay, go ahead, Alarian.
I'm gonna walk around this. I really want to get. Well, this one's not blind, but I really want to get the flank on it. So there we go.
What I love about
Alright.
this is you've done all this great work,
Oh.
and now you get to face the two mutated black dragons after you. I'm just joking.
I'm sorry. I step over the horse to do that. I don't need
Yes.
to step around it. Okay,
Step
attack
over the
number
horse.
1. Yeah, you know what? At advantage. Yep. So
To be clear, by the way, you're not 50 feet tall. I do want us to put a little pump the brakes on you being a colossus size.
I am 19 for 19.
That will hit and utterly destroys it. And
On my second attack, I'll
yes.
attack the horse next to me.
Okay.
Yes, it makes sense. I do not have advantage on this one. We did not flank the horse. All right,
the horse
our
is like,
sword,
Hey.
and I say, yay. 27 for 19.
you say yay. Okay, that you obliterate the horse.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Several
if the horse
skeletal zombie ponies emerge from the bush.
No, Daddy.
Why, Daddy? Why?
Okay.
Can I move to the? Can I move to this? Oh, I'm hasted. I can move this one and attack it too, and I'm going to do that
Okay.
because I broke up my movement. That's also 28 for 11.
Okay, that does not kill it, but it is hurt.
Okay.
Utterly, destroyed. Exactly. Okay.
I mean, are we still in combat?
I can just imagine at the size with the otherwise large metal density of Valerian's frame, just walking over the horses and flicking them in the head.
Exactly. Yeah.
Crumple into death.
Well,
Bam.
can I assume? So, if you're going to do this, because the zombie horses are not doing anything, so
We're
is
gonna
it
take
the
them all
party's
out.
intention to get rid of them? Because you started that,
Yes.
right, Tanton?
Yes.
With that as well. Okay, I'm going to drop this Aura of Life. I'm going to get rid of that zombie horse and that
Well-
zombie horse.
Well, wait.
No.
We still haven't figured out what's in the other two tents yet.
That was my only concern, but nothing's come charging out to attack us. so-
Yes, there's nothing. I mean, I'm going to pull us out of combat, so there's nothing
Okay.
in there at the moment. I mean, there could be something you may release a terrible beast. Who knows?
Okay, but actually,
That's
Get
why
to
I was
combat.
saying
the one
that-
thing while I'm still in this form is I want to go at least peek inside each tent to make sure there's nothing that's going to
That's
charge
fair.
out at us.
And we'll say,
Your mutated black dragons, etc., etc.
yeah. And what we'll say, Tren, is that I'll say the Aura of Life is still up if something comes up that
Okay.
might be a concern for
All
that. Okay, so
Yoo-hoo.
yeah, exactly. All right, I'm just gonna, and we'll do much of this next time because we've run over.
Yeah.
Well, that's where that other guy was. I was looking for him before I copied and pasted when I didn't need to do that. Okay, so
Sleeping area. Looks like nothing in there. And,
I will
sleeping-
and I
okay.
will explain those two quickly, which is just to say. This is just to say that I have destroyed the thugs you left in the camp. Forgive me, they were so small and so pathetic.
Utterly defenseless.
So insignificant.
Okay, so sorry, my notes. There we go. Okay, I have the stuff that I need. Okay, up here. I seem to have. There's my note. Okay. So, in here you see mostly just you see mostly just bedrolls. There is, however, a clay jug, which is against the side, which seems odd. There's a small little barrel and so on, but the clay jug seems a little weird. You're not familiar with what exactly that would be, but that's what you see in that one.
Okay.
In this one, you can see there is a cot and a trunk. And on top of another closed trunk over here are a number of torn out book pages. And you are too big to actually go into the tent, Alarian.
I could
but
try,
you could see it from the
but no.
distance. Yeah.
Okay, now that we've ascertained that there is no more immediate threats, then I will release Iron Titan and go back down to my normal size.
Okay, so
And it was glorious.
So you return to your normal size.
My normal only 7 foot and some inches size.
And as this last bit is destroyed, I would say that from the sort of the disintegration, the movement of the combat, and everything else, Tanton, I would say that you notice right here, underneath one of the sort of barrels, is another unfolded map. And even from where you are, you can see something which looks quite familiar. It is a top-down, but not wireframe, top-down like, sort of buildings and streets map of Metrol pre-morning. And with that image in your mind, we are going to bring this session to a close. We did, in fact, run over from what we were going to do, but there is a certain point where I felt like you were all having such fun obliterating things that I was like, you know what?
Thank you, Arv. It was a blast. Literally.
Yes, I had a feel. Listen, there are times where when you run into creatures that, like, when you're really powerful, this is one of those things, and your plan of attack was well considered. I will say that you've now got some interesting info to work with, which is whatever the heck that sigil thing is. You know about the letter, and you know about the whole deal about the Maror holds and all that. So the King Citadel's got some serious thinking to do before next week, which is when we're going to continue, by the way, with this adventure. So I will start, and I'll leave the map up while I do it. I will start with Brandon. So this was the coming out party for Rowan. I think it's fair to say. First of all, we had the interesting section at the beginning, and clearly Rowan was inspired by his encounter with Tanith Fjarlin because, good God, the twin spell disintegrate when you absolutely positively need something to be destroyed was pretty badass. Like the execution style, whatever, that was absurd. One of the more badass moves I've ever seen running a game, actually, in terms of just sheer like GTFO sort of quality. It was impressive. And now, and I am curious, I'm not obviously pushing it, but I am curious what the reaction is going to be from people that are just like, oh my God, especially on the second guy. Because the first one, I'm like, that's amazing. And the second one, you're like, do you want it to hurt or not? He's like, I don't want it to hurt. You're like, right, blow. Like, I was like, geez, that was not what I was expecting. So it is going to be very interesting to see what the impact on everyone else is. But also, of course, the echo of what it was that Rowan gained from Fjarlin was useful as well. And it was useful to be able to see the tent with the bone knight in there in the first place. Who knew that you were just looking at it to be like, that's what it's going to look like right before I disintegrate it in combat. But anyway, how did you feel about today's session, Brennan? Where will the lovely folks find you next? Besides here next week.
Mm-hmm. So this is a fun combat. Very grateful that we got from starting a combat to ending a combat in the same session this time. I really like that Fjarlin conversation. I always like those interactions. I think I like those interactions a great deal. So I'm very glad that not only did we get to have that, and I got to express like that other part of Rowan's feelings about being with the King Citadel, which is these people are so gracious that when the time comes, there's no decision that we can make that will not lead to large scale casualties, and they're probably going to do it anyway because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And Fjarlin going, well, that's not why I told you to actually be willing to be their comrade. The goal is for y'all to not die. Here, have this.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of cool. Because I mean, Rowan is actually correct. Like, in any other situation, this is gradually becoming a worse job to continue pursuing.
Mm-hmm.
If this were a grift, we would have packed our bags a long time ago and said this is no longer worth it. But here we are going, oh, we just watched entire cities become decimated by their own citizens. Guess we have to keep going now. It's like, okay, cool. If the goal is therefore to continue doing the work, then we need to find a way to do the work as effectively as possible. Which is also kind of why Rowan went so immediately OP in this fight because a lot of it was simply, I have no idea what this thing is, and it's probably going to do us a lot of damage. So let's just get rid of it. I hadn't even done the math in my brain that the average of 2 7th level disintegrates is probably like somewhere around 180
Yeah, I was like, good gravy.
damage.
Plus the 2
at
counter spells, by the
average.
way. I forgot about that. I mean, like the counter spells, you're just like, nope, and also nope, you know.
No, so here's the thing. Here's the thing that actually kind of will probably upset you all for quite some time. I've been sitting on counterspell in my 3rd level spell list for several sessions and keep forgetting that it was there. I recently on my on when I got 14th level, I recently re-added Dispel Magic as well, which I had gotten rid of because I thought I would not have as many opportunities to use that, and I didn't even use it. So yes,
That's amazing.
Impressive.
so if the next time if something happens, please remind me that I have Counterspell and Dispel Magic, because I keep forgetting how reactions work. So yeah, that was fun. I guess that means we take this sigil with us and decide whether we're just going to destroy it and not think about it anymore, or whether our handler is literally going to tell us, hey, maybe you should actually go into the Moonland and get the things. Like, no, that's not going to help us. Illyrian does not need a symbiont. We don't need to turn Illyrian into Venom or whatever that's.
I mean, I do need one, but not that badly. Let's be honest about that.
Yeah, we're fine.
Mhm.
So yeah, that was fun. Please spare us from combat for at least a session. It's Christmas. It's Christmas time. We just get a long downtime until January, please.
Our Christmas episode is next week.
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, he's saying. It's like,
let's
now.
not. Yeah, next week. Let's just chill,
Right.
and in January you could get in a fight.
If we do get in the combat, I'm just going to be doing the simply having a wonderful Christmas. Like, I'll just be doing, music like that. You know, like.
Oh Lord. But yes, hello everyone. I am Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. You can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. That's TITHES. Of note, as previously noted, we have another Eberron game next week. And since all of the bad guys are dead, we can just go back home and sleep.
Sure.
I mean, there's a
figure out
nice
how to
camp.
break this sigil.
Yeah, there's no
We're
other
in a nice
time-sensitive
camp.
stuff you have to worry about, certainly.
We're in a nice
I mean,
camp
like,
right now. We
yeah.
can just swap some
This
stories
camp
by the
has
fire.
no
you
food.
know.
No, these people don't eat. Everything in this camp was undead. We are not staying here. We're going where meat is cooked.
And it smells like zombie.
I mean,
like cooked zombie.
I neither eat nor have a sense of smell. What's your point?
They gave us
Anyway.
stew. Y'all didn't eat this stew, right? I drank the ale because I'm pretty sure zombies can't even screw up ale.
It wasn't bad.
I mean, stunningly, they didn't poison you, which I
We
kind of
came
would have
back home and discovered
expected.
The ale had worms in it or something like that.
Mm.
That's how it was fermented.
Oh.
So yes, next week the one other session of Eberron, and then the new year is going to be fun, in part because we are gearing up sometime to have our finale session of Eberron take place in August in Seattle Worldcon, which I'm very excited for, because I'm going to be in Port Laureate to Seattle Worldcon. So if you haven't decided whether you're going to be in Seattle in August, you should do that. I think it's going to be fun. Other things happening online as it was last year, so it will be this year as well. Sometime in January, I will have my recap stream for the 2024 75th Kohaku Utagasen, which I'm particularly excited about because one of my favorite a rap artist who I didn't think was gonna do Kohaku this year is doing Kohaku. The guy who wrote the opening theme song for the anime Dan Da Dan is about to have his debut in Kohaku, and I'm very excited about it because rap doesn't actually participate in in this concert very often, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So sometime in January, if you see me put up a notification on Blue Sky saying this VOD will no longer exist, you can hang out with me for 4 hours where we listen to J-pop, because it's going to be fun. So yeah, that's it.
Good stuff, Brandon. As always, a pleasure. Jen, of course, you can find Jennifer Brozek at all the things. I hope that Jen's reading went very well. I'm sure that it did. And Jen was playing Nisiana until Marie took over for Nisiana towards the second portion of this. But you should support Jen in all the various things and endeavors. We put the link already up there, and we will see more of Jen next week when Jen returns with the rest of the crew. But moving right along, John, you wanted to sort of show off Iron Titan. You got a chance to show it off, and I had not imagined it originally as Iron Titan, the tank from Death from Above theory, but it actually was pretty effective, I think, to get the party started right. And then you had a bunch of zombies sort of wailing away at you in a way that was not likely to be effective against what Alarion represents. So there was that. And now, of course, you have the things to contend with regarding, the Emerald Claw and all what that entails. But mostly, I imagine it was just fun bashing people in the face. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, talking about people making an impact in tonight's session. I'm just saying.
See what you did there.
Now, I have to take a little bit of point of contention with Brandon, because Rowan was solely responsible for that combat happening. If he hadn't stuck his head into the tent and then picked up the letter, we all would have just walked away. So he really has no one to blame but himself for the combat tonight. I'm just saying.
Counterpoint. I gathered the information and was prepared to continue leaving anyway. And someone told me not to.
Yeah.
Well,
Who was that person?
That's true. There was one of you in particular who was like, we need to take them out now, before they leave. Now.
I mean, it's Emerald Claw. Emerald Claw must be hunted down and destroyed wherever it rears ugly head.
What level are you counterpointing at?
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Make an ability check. Yeah.
Yes, tonight was awesomely fun. It was great. And did I push us into combat solely to show off Iron Titan? Maybe. No, Alarion, even if he hadn't had it, would have still wanted to take them out because it's Emerald Claw and they're evil. Anyways, yes, this was great fun. I really wish Jen could have been here to see Mr. Disintegration, Gunslinger, just, pew pew pew. We should really have her watch the latter half of the stream next week if that's possible. Before next week if she can. I don't know if it gets up that fast. Anyways, this was a lot of fun, folks.
Oh yeah, be in 24 hours it'll be up.
So excellent. Okay, looking forward to the next follow-up. Yeah, we have tons. As I wrote in our chat, well, this is one way to get all the maps, and we have all the maps now, so it's all good. And yes, we have a lot to consider. We have a lot of data to go over. And, I mean, the good news is, I like that other guy was so kind to set up his entire plot in that letter. It was just really handy for us. Well, the question is, what do we do next? Do we try to head him off? And to be honest, I do tend to agree with Rowan's. Like, what are we going to tell what's his face? Halar. How much are we going to share with him with Halar? Yeah, that's a question we have to kind of wrestle with too. So it's a conundrum and a riddle and an enigma and this that. But the good news is we have the tablet. We have the tablet, which apparently is critical to their plans. So, there's going to be more Emerald Claw coming after us. We'll have plenty of time to kill them. And eventually, if they keep coming to us, we'll just wipe them out. So this is a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
It's going to be a tower defense game for most of the rest of the campaign.
Yeah, exactly. We're just going to hole up, and there we go.
And
so, yes.
In this case, it'll be, you'll just sit there in one spot, planted, versus zombies.
There you go. I see what you did there.
Thank you.
I see what you did there.
You.
My shirt is over there. I can't.
Such a great game. That original was such a great game.
Yeah.
I will be here next week, folks, and then my year end. Well, I'm supposed to relax because my company is closed between Christmas and New Year's, but that never happens. And then we will start New Year's with more Eberron fun and more other fun. So absolutely. But this is great. Look forward to next week. Always a pleasure.
Good stuff. Thanks, John, as always. And Marie, Maramé, obviously, again, hugely effective. I loved the holy weapon, and obviously so did you, so much so that you decided to try it again. You're like, the second verse, same as the first. So holy weapon was very effective. And you had the situation where the the mind link was useful, the invisibility was useful. There's a lot of stuff there that was both of the information gathering variety, but also of the very destructive in combat variety. And so you got a lot of people getting to act like badasses at level 14, which is what you folks all are. So there was that. And I am also curious to see how Mermaid is going to react to not just disintegrate Rowan the Disintegrator, but also react to this situation with the Emerald Claw now as well. So how'd you feel about today, Marie? Where will the folks find you next?
It was fun. There was like, a chance for a little bit of everything, so it was a lot of fun. I'm curious to see what Miriam's going through some stuff right now, so it's going to be interesting to see where she lands and where her sister lands, right? Because Nisiana is kind of the moral compass, you might have noticed. Remember, Miri did like murder someone a few sessions ago.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
So,
aware.
which
Nisiana's
only
more of these.
Nisiana
Yeah.
does. Yeah, she's But I loved it. I thought it was fun. I loved the haste, so that was really cool
Yeah.
to have, and I loved being able to just hit people.
You
know?
saved against a charm, so there was that.
Yeah, I
Yes!
saved against the charm. I do not
She
mind.
grew today.
Right? I like. Yeah, it's like I grew more powerful. Like, and also I don't mind that. Like, I keep being targeted because I'm charming.
I just felt so bad. I was like, man,
No. It's
It's
all good. Like, this is her thing. And then she's starting to think it's because I'm Kalishtar. Like, they all go after me
Yeah,
because
yeah.
of that. Those racist bastards. But anyway, it's like, it's something with the Kalishtar, like, because of the connection, the psychic powers. I don't know. So she's like, it's all good. But I feel good. I saved. It's the first save against charm I've succeeded.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Good.
Is it Geek the Mage Charm the Bard now? Is that how that works? I'm
No,
confused.
maybe.
Yeah,
It's
I
exciting.
guess.
I like
Yeah.
it. And yeah, really great session. Thank you. Thanks to everyone. That was fun. And next, you can find me here next week. I will be here, and I'm looking forward to it.
That's good stuff. Thank you, Marie. As always, a pleasure. Last but certainly not least, Tren. Good stuff also out of Tanton. You actually started all of you were a little suspicious to begin with, but when you were like figuring out the thing with the zombie horse, kind of pulled the shroud up, and we're kind of like, what's the deal with this? And it was interesting that at a certain point you went from, and all of you did in a way, went from you're all going to die in the gray to, well, maybe you're all going to die because you should be dying before that. Not because you're like, hapless academics, but because you're a bunch of, whatever. And so you've got that. And now there's this information again. I know we've talked about this many times, but Metrol, Seer, like there's that whole backdrop against which I imagine is contributing to the foul mood that Tanton is in regarding this anyway, I would assume. But regardless, it'll be interesting to see, I think, how Tanton feels as you make whatever decision you make, whether it's gathering info from the Maror holds or with Soul Ring or whatever, at some point, if you are heading towards those other places in Seer or wherever you're going to go, wherever you'd make the decision, it's going to be interesting to see how you address that, I guess, how Tanton handles that. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Today was delightful and delicious and wonderful. I finished the modifications to Sunshine. I finished making the magical ring for Ilarion, but he still has to attune to it. Excuse me, still have to attune to it. But after the next short rest, that'll be done. How many magical items do you have attuned right now?
None.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, wait, that's not
one.
true. Does the bracelet count?
No.
And none.
So this will be one. Yeah, it went better than I thought it was going to. But yeah, it was delightful. I was very pleased with it. I wasn't sure if there were points where I was like, I don't want to eat anything these people have made.
Mm-hmm.
I was just, I don't trust these people. And if they've got crates worth of zombies and stuff, I mean, those things, they have to stink. We should have smelled that from a long ways off. Anyway,
they're inwardly scented pine crates,
Oh, those.
They're aromatic zombies. It's a new strain.
Right. Well, you don't have a sense of smell anyway.
Yeah, I used
No.
to. Yes.
They
exactly.
put mothballs with them, like.
Oh,
it's just-
no. You know how hard it is to harvest those things? You got to get the little legs of. Anyway, so where will people see me next? Here on Saturday. Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be good times. And
didn't
also,
say that.
well, and good inspiration that you used as well today, as we had some inspirations.
Oh, yes.
too,
Thank
so
you
that was
so
helpful.
much. Yep.
Good stuff today, Tren, and good stuff from the entire Infinity and Beyond crew this evening. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing INB crew, who we will see back here in 1 week precisely? Thank you to Tren Sparks. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau. Thank you to John Helfers. Thank you to Jennifer Brozek. Thank you to Brandon O'Brien. Great work, crew, and I will see you folks back here for part 3 of From Dust after turning creatures into dust today. So I'll see you next week.
We did the two dust part.
The exactly. Ashes to ashes as well. Bye-bye.
Everybody,
I'll see you folks next week.
Yep.
Bye for now. And that, folks, is going to do it for us. I also enjoyed that because obviously if they face rolled absolutely every combat that they get into, that would, be an issue with balance over time, but they're not going to face roll everything. And there are some things, including this, that depending on how they're used, may end up being something that's not... this was not a threat once they sort of set up the way they were going to set it up. This did, however, give them a chance to gather some information, and they are going to have to act carefully in terms of what they do next. They have probably some more information they have to gather and think that through because, they're going to have to do that. But I am very excited to see. Also, some of the combat maneuvers, like Rowan with just the pew pew, I was like, damn, that not messing around at all. So that is going to be that's going to be interesting, and there's going to be some intense things happening with the entire crew in terms of with the King's Citadel as they figure out what they want to do relating to the Maror Hold and all this stuff. So it's going to be intrigue and some stuff that you will not want to miss. But that is going to do it for me for this evening. And I would like to thank all of you lovely folks for being here. If you like what you saw and heard, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube. Thanks to those of you who watched over on YouTube today. ! ArvTube is what you can do for that. Again, every new subscription to YouTube is a new record for us. It's free for you to do that, but definitely helps us out. And you can get the content that you crave and need. So please do support us by following us, subscribing to us over on YouTube. !ArvTube there, Discord, !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Social media-wise, ! Twitter. I'm not going to be on, !Arv tweets. I'm not going to be on Twitter that much longer, especially once Blue Sky continues to accelerate. And so !Arv Sky is where I would really encourage you to follow me. Once the follower numbers get to a certain level, then I am going to shut down my Twitter account permanently. But for right now, I'm on both ! Arv tweets and !Arv Sky. Website for all that is arvinelleron.com. And don't forget to check out the Hearthglow podcast. Yeah, I mean... Yes, but I do think that Blue Sky is operating pretty quickly and pretty rapidly, and I know you're not doing this, but I want to make sure that we're not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think Blue Sky has done things pretty well, and it's not been perfect, but I do think they have gotten. I was even reading earlier today about some moderation tools that they've added, which are really impressive also. So I agree that I want that settled as well, the way that you, I imagine, want it settled, but I give them a little bit of grace there because they're doing pretty well pretty quickly. So anyway, so far the best of the ones that are out there in my mind. God knows I'm not going to be doing anything related to meta, so that's why Threads is out. So anyway, so yes, so ! Arv Sky, ! Arv tweets. Check out Hearthglow, our podcast on the website, and also don't forget the Gen GMs, and you can get some DMGM tips, the show that I co-host with Zach Clay. ! Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff relating to Infinity and Beyond. Today I am wearing, well, you're not going to be able to see it, but that's my Infinity and Beyond shirt underneath my Huskies hoodie. So yes, ! Arv Shop for that. That supports the channel and gets you cool swag, good holiday gifts. ! Arv Treon is right there. That's the Patreon. Trying to get that number up to triple digits and beyond so we can get some cool stuff for channel goals and stuff for ourselves. So please do that. And also please sub or /resub to the channel because subbing to the channel gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch and Inspiration donations to help our players, which, as you saw today, is sometimes of great use and facility. So please support us there if you can. Cool stuff for yourself and for the channel. Publishing-wise, Exclamation Point Icarus is my award-winning graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation Point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Exclamation Point Greyshade, that is my Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic books from the Grey Assassin trilogy, award-winning and critically acclaimed. You can get all those at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade, done by our very own Trent Sparks, from who you heard stuff today. And you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, being done by our very own Brandon O'Brien, whom you also saw today, being developed by Alligator Alley Entertainment. That will be out next year. I'm very excited for that. Last but certainly not least, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation Point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Exclamation Point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in the future as well. I want to thank my wonderful viewers today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragonspear, Prince Justin, The Rising Tides, Triffity Mats, the best mods in the business. Thank you so much as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Prince Justin, Rising Tides, of course, Triffity Mats, Radio Johnny Panda, and Trendane. And thank you to my wonderful viewers today, Anime Wolf, Axeman, Butthurt Gamer, Excel, Gaia Shield, Jagtress, Josiah Firesnake, Mrs. Dunsel, Nonstop, and Tess G of Games. Thank you so much, or the Sage of Games. I literally said that wrong. Sage of Games. That's what I meant to say. Thank you all so much for being here. I will see you folks back here on Tuesday for a very big stream. Tuesday will be first the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream with Atari Tunes. Please note that'll be starting an hour late at 1 o'clock because I have a important writing meeting about something I can't talk about yet, but very excited about the prospects. So that's going to be happening from noon to 1. So I'll be on at 1 o'clock Eastern with Tari. Then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern, we have the second in a row of Ghosts of Saltmarsh by the Dice Roll. Have a couple of back-to-back sessions. It's pretty fun this month to have that. And then, of course, 9 p.m. Eastern, the amazing Our Vocalists with a Christmas Carol, our annual Christmas Carol reading from the Our Vocalists. That is going to feature our 4 regulars of Indy, Zach Clay, Rem Alternus, and KP, and our 2 of our alums at least, which is going to be Russ and Rob. We may hopefully get the other 2 alums as well. We might get Tren and also Little Red Dot, but that is not confirmed yet, but I know for sure that we'll have at least 6. So you'll definitely want to stop by for the Our Vocalist, because that is always a good time, and Christmas Carol is great. And then I get to watch it again with my kids in it the next day. It's a Christmas Carol week. I'm just like, my cup runneth over. It's really amazing. So, but that's going to do it for me. Have a lovely rest of your Sunday, everybody, and I will catch you folks back here on Tuesday for all the awesomeness associated, as I have said before, associated with Fighting Fantasy Gamebooks, D&D, and of course A Christmas Carol and acting work. That's it for now. Thanks everyone. Special thanks tonight to the folks who resubbed, and special thanks to my Infinity and Beyond crew. And I'll see you folks back here next week for all of the shenanigans then. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other and have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the wild card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.